Okay. Are you ready now? So which location hasn't arrived yet? Makerere. How could I have missed Makerere? Of course, Sega, Pidgey, Mokono. So Makerere has a special guest. All the way from Lagos, Nigeria. Welcome, Pastor Joseph. All the way from Lagos, Nigeria. He has been following us online, etc., wherever. And so he said, I have to go and see what this people are doing. Yeah, you're blessed. Can you imagine? To have. And don't think it's an usher. They are going to put up his church, which he has built in Lagos. And some of you are going to start. If you're even still renting, first send a picture. Anyway, Pastor Bless will come and introduce properly our guests. Please come, sir. Are you on Airtel?
Check what?
Are you accusing us of having no internet?
Was in my huddle, and we started having conversations. He first told me that he took off a weekend to listen to Apostles' messages for a whole weekend. He took off a retreat to just listen to Apostles' messages. Then he wanted clarity on some of the things he was saying. So he contacted me. We had a Zoom call with him and some of his team. Then along the way, the relationship grew. We did a straightforward financial growth mastermind with them. And then he said, it's not enough to follow online. I am going to fly to Kampala. I'm going to spend a week. Take me wherever. I want to do whatever you're doing for that week. So that's why he's here. I think he will say hello to us very briefly.
Let's hear from him. Have they got the picture of the church? Okay.
Thank you so much, Apostle. I want to thank you so much for the great work you're doing. I think it's just God that orchestrated the whole thing, because it was through Elevation that I got the missional community materials. So then I began to listen to you. Then I was so challenged seeing what God has been doing with your team. And one of the things is the humility. Because when I looked at Pastor Angela and Papa Blesso and the rest of the people, and the way they are, even with what God is doing through them, and they are still leading the worship. So I followed. So I think one of those times I told my team, I'm going for the retreat, like I said. So because I had a short time, for 24 hours, I was not sleeping at all, because I wanted to catch up the mentorship class. So I listened to all the mentorship. So we started the MC in 3 months ago. Now we started with 8 MC, but now we are 830 within 3 months, and we are still multiplying. So but a lot of time I had to listen and re-listen, and I'll tell myself, okay, let's do this. When I looked at it, it was one of the teaching. I think the one at I forgot which either Kenya that you were actually teaching about church finances and everything. That's how come I got to know about the straightforward financial growth. I contacted him. He did it for our team. Now those people in my order are now training other people.
Wow.
And so it's been, the last 3 months has been an interesting one. We've also seen our church grown, because now we started third service last Sunday from 1 to 2, now into 3 services now.
Wow.
So I said to my people, we can't wait for Proclaim, because we're having our own Proclaim this November. So we see, we copy, we see, we copy. So we said, before we come here in April, let me come here and catch more fire before the entire team will be here by God's grace in April. Thank you so much, sir.
Have you seen the church? Is this the current one?
No, that's the old one.
Bring the finished one when they've removed the without the scaffolding. This is your building.
Yes, yes, sir.
I will be available to allow you to shake his hand at a fee. I'm joking. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Wow. Please take your seats. Guys, people are flying to come and learn what you know. I hope you appreciate it. Can we appreciate Pastor Blesso for being a good coach? For helping a church in another country progress. 3 services in their own building of 4, is it 3 or 4 floors? 2 floors. Ask your neighbor how many floors their building is and how many services. Sit down. They don't have a gallery. What a shock. Mbukati. So today, what we want to do is try and break some barriers. Okay? Because I recognize that the anointing here is too much. So it's hard to explain the attendance at your church with the anointing that you have. And so I want to propose to you that the things that are disturbing you, because now some of you are going to go into more fasting and more prayer. And then you realize you're continuing to shrink, but also the church is shrinking. So something is not working. Then you find some fat guy with a large church, and they'll be like, who is that one? Okay, not fat, big. Amen. The Bible says, be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Now, fasting is part of the game, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. You will never walk into a reality that you have not thought yourself into. You'll never walk into a reality that you've not thought yourself into. I was listening to a message this morning, and someone quoted Bishop Oyedepo. He said, you were called to be envied, not to be pitied. You were called to be envied, not to be pitied. So your location can't be the one where the rest of the pastors in the area are praying for you. I began to echo, but I don't know whether you understand. Rather, they should be trying to say bad things about you. Because I found that for most pastors, any church that's better than yours is a cult. Yeah, that's how quickly they conclude your cult. Once you're reaching lost people more, you're bringing in more people are getting saved, more people are getting miracles, there's breakthroughs, the number of cars is increasing, suddenly you're a cult. Now, in order for you not to be called a cult, just stay there with your 2 cars in the parking lot and 78 people who all need to be fed. No one will ever call you a cult. But once you start growing, you start building, storied buildings, start buying out the neighbors. You're like, where do they get the money? They're a cult. That's a quick conclusion. Are we together? So today we are going to focus a lot on systems. Systems. And we'll be going back and forth. Now, do you have some sort of paper where you are? Do you have some free paper? Do you have plain papers? Make sure everyone gets a piece. The team is going to give you a sheet of paper, then I'm going to give you an instruction. You better have a pen. Paper, I will give you. Pen, no. That one you have to. And it's going to be an exercise that happens concurrently so that no one influences the other's thinking. Otio. 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 Otio indeed. No influencing other people. You see, the quickest way to do this is to give it to more people to go to every table than one person trying to walk to 240 people. Okay, are we together? Is it working? Are you sure? You come. This is your table, isn't this your table? Even there's a chair there. Yeah, arrested. Thank you for coming on time. It's a very good thing. Back then, locally, you never used to keep time. When they said the meeting is at 9, it would start at midday. Yeah, true story. So you are redefining what it means to be a born-again Christian in Uganda by starting not only on time, actually before time. Because we are supposed to start at 9, and I said, let's start at 8:50 so that we start training ourselves that when they say 9, you actually arrive at 8:50. And many of you did that, so I'm so proud of you. You have your pen and paper. Now, write down the following things on your pen and paper. You're going to write down seven phrases. I'm starting with garage. No, don't write down garage. Just write on top, Worship Harvest Garage Systems. That's the title of your paper. Be liberal. These papers, you're not going to be charged. Worship Harvest Garage Systems, okay? Now write the following 7 phrases that I'm going to give you. 1, venue systems. Leave room because you need to write, you need to put numbers. Venue systems, are you done? Technology systems. Guest experience systems. Who is lost? Worship team systems. Are you there? Harvest kit systems. Preacher systems. And then invitation systems. Now, these 7 things are one of the greatest determinants. Once you finish writing, you can get back to me by way of your ears. These 7 things are one of the, in my opinion, the greatest determinants of failure or success of a location in Worship Harvest. There may be other things, like if the pastor is stealing money, that's different. But I'm talking about garage. Yeah. There you find that system has been thoroughly compromised. But garage systems. Why are we talking systems? Because you see, this building is a system. From this side to that side is 18 meters. Why are you able to span 18 meters without a column in the middle? Because of the structure, the steel structure. What would happen if you just brought one timber piece and decided you want to span 18 meters? How far do you think, how wide can you go with one timber piece? Just like one timber like that. First of all, the timber itself, but because you have to join it with metal. But how far do you think you can go? Let's say it was a 6-inch. Huh? Pastor Sam, how far can we stretch a timber piece? 5 meters. So this is from there to where I am is 6 meters. So you go only up to here with timber. And good, solid, hectic timber, hardwood, 6-inch deep. Now, so let's say you are building your church building and you're going to use timber. That's all you know. It's just, no. That's why I'm in a gap. You see there's a gap here. Now what happens if you decide that you will raise your faith to use that by fasting? You fast. Would the fasting help you to expand the span? How about you double your Bible reading? Instead of that year plan, you do it twice a year. So by now you're already going through again. Would you be able to increase the span? How about, what else could you do apart from resorting to the right system? Increase your tithe. You start tithing 20% instead of 10%. Would it increase the capacity? What else? Okay, you go to the prayer mountain. Okay, maybe you think, I'm not treating my wife good enough. So you double the kameza to the wife. Would it increase the span? How about you decide it's the wrong friends I'm keeping? Let me change my friends. Now, are you still with me? Now, how many of you pastors, you've done all the things I've just talked about in a bid to increase your church capacity? You fasted to increase church. You've prayed. You've increased the word intake. You've behaved better towards the wife. All of you, not the location pastor. If you are in this room, you're a pastor, okay? If every time you discuss why your church is not growing, why is your church not 1,000 members, PGA? How many of you, the things I've just said have come up in the meeting? We need more fasting. We need more praying. You say, well, let's increase Bible. And maybe our giving is not good. God is not happy with our giving. It's the wrong crowd. Go and hang with the other locations that are doing. Put your hands down. Now you realize that while your cause is noble and your intentions are great, you will never get what you want. Yeah. Because you don't have the systems. The world is built on systems. God put a system in place and he has never come back to correct it. That the earth is going off course. What? No. Everything it just works by itself every day minus a sweat from him. Because he set up a very smart self-renewing system. Now you think that everything is about more prayer, more fasting, more sowing. Now, have mercy on those people who don't even know Christ, like Elon Musk. Now, is your location bigger than SpaceX? How much fasting and prayer and Bible reading does Elon Musk have to do to run SpaceX? I'm going to. You need to sow seed. Eh? Uh-huh. Busega. Ero ni mumanyi. Now, I don't know if I'm communicating because some of you might be looking at me saying, our pastor has become carnal. He's downplaying spiritual things. I'm not downplaying spiritual things. You may find that between you and me, I pray more than you. You may find. Yeah. Or you may find that I probably, maybe, so it could be unlikely, but maybe I read more Bible than you. And there could be a chance, a slight, slim possibility that I give more money than you. So, Masaka, welcome. It's November. Okay. And yet, you see, but at the end of the day, nothing can replace systems. That's why you see there's that Anglican church in your neighborhood. Eh? They are not online. They are not advertising. They don't have an Anakazo team. No videos. They have no screens. Now, of course, unless they renew their systems, they will be out of business soon. But you see, the thing that helps them, people don't go there because they brought a new reverend. No. Well, an anointed reverend just came. I'm going back to church. Nothing. They remove one, they put another, the machine just continues like this. It's called what? Systems. Now, I've written down the 7 garage systems. Now, listen carefully, because many of you are used to a certain other numbering. So, I may say then you were looking on your Chinese phone and you missed the point. Now, 1 is poor. 5 is, okay, no, let's not use poor. On a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being really good, 5 is the best. Huh? So 1 is, we are barely making it. 2 is, 3 is, things might be looking up. 4 is, yay. 5 is, woo. Okay? Each one of you individually, I hope you all have paper and pen. Rate the 7 systems that you've written down in relation to your location. Don't consult anyone. Rate the 7, just write a number. We are between 1 and 5. So it's a tight one. Now, in case you're tempted to write 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, just know your head is too average. So I'm not saying you can't write 3, but it can't be that it's 3, 3 because you're trying to find something to whatever with. 1 to 5. Rate. Give yourself a rating. Now, add the total add the total, and divide the total by 7 to give you the average rating at students. You get the total and divide it by 7. It will give you the average. Okay? Together? Are we together? Bayos. Your culture has worked. Okay. I'm going to do what the other follow blocks. How many of you are already wishing that there is a certain location you know that should have been here? First focus, make it work for yours. So you can go and help other people. It's like the airplane when they say first put your own what? No. Mask. Seatbelt, everyone, before you put it for the baby. Have you finished? You have finished? Have you finished? Now, the next part involves Banange. You should have finished the rating by now. Let's not be like a certain organization that had to pull down the results of a census saying now there was confusion in the numbers. This is only 6, 7 numbers. Okay, now you're going to do something that is mathematically exciting. At this point, are you listening? You cannot change your rating. You cannot change your rating. I'm seeing people still changing. You cannot change your rating. Again, you cannot change your rating. So all of you, give your numbers to your pastor. No, the total, the average. And then get the average of the table. Do you know how to get the average of the table? You get the total divided by the number of people at the table. Most people have 10 people. Most tables have 10 people. Some tables, like this table, has what? 8 people. Yeah, each table has to get its own rating. And then I'm going to come around and get the rating per location. I need a secretary from the media team, someone to help me tabulate. Pastor Vieira, you're ready. These things, you even have to do a slide and we put them up. Are you enjoying the training already? Hey! Of now, Sunday garage. Please, I'm not talking about the future. I'm not talking about what you would want. Mkono Central, you may need someone to help your pastor with the numbers. Just saying. I don't want electoral commission things here. Simani what? Not electoral. What is the other one? Census. Census results. Where are we? People are calculating. This is which one? Massacre. More people are coming. You have split into tables. You need to be on one table. You actually, because you're going to discuss, you need to discuss with your leader. These tables should have had, I think, Naria people of YXP. Actually, we got transport. Are we ready? Nakawa. No, don't. If it has decimal places, I need the decimal places. Yeah, I need the decimal places. Yes. Those who are rounding off, art students. We need the decimal places. Okay, science students who can't round off. That is protesting. Give me the decimal, at least to two decimal places. Okay, Nakawa is 3.07. Here, are we good? Nakawa is 3.07. Worship harvest Nakawa. Worship harvest table is 3.36. Worship harvest Golobi is 3.17. Chevando, mucha kola. Worship harvest Entebbe Central is 2.32. Worship harvest Gaba Road is 2.68. Worship harvest Masaka, you are adding. There is division, not only adding. Worship harvest Ginger, 3.39. Worship harvest Wairaka, 2.94. That's Wairaka. Viera, are we okay? I keep going. Worship harvest Kungu. Exactly. There are no other decimal places. You rounded off to the first decimal. I need 2 decimal places. Manange Kungu. 3.20 for now. I need to come and do a workshop on statistical analysis. The pastor is always in charge. You see, when they're asking for, when they are celebrating proclaim best locations, it's the pastor who goes in front. When the numbers are not okay, the pastor says, can I tell you who is in charge? What a shock. Chira, 2.18. Konos, 2.50. It's a real 2.50. 2.50 Mkono Central. Downtown. 2.58. Kiri Town, Chitukutwe. 2.70. Guys, you cannot revise. Okay, Gayaza 1. No. I told you every table must have its. People don't take responsibility for. 3.63, that's Gayaza 1. Okay, Gayaza 2. 3.06. You see? So one table has more optimism than the other. And it's the one without the pastors. So you can tell who is happier at the location. Yeah. You see? Do you know why I'm doing this thing like this? Because then you can go and do it with all your leaders at your location. And you'll be surprised. Yeah. Some people may have 5. If Pastor Joseph was here, Kawempe will have 5.2. Never mind, 5 is the upper limit. Where you get it? 2.69. Nadia 1. 4.02. Okay, Nadia 2. Akachi? 4.13. So you sit down with the pastors, that's less. No. And you see, Matuga Which is the one? 3.16. The pastor is adding a decimal. Sorry, I've already submitted your number. This is like the census. Those who are saying they didn't count us. Now what do you want them to do? Mukono. 3.17. What? Thank you for, of course. The joy of the Lord is your strength. Enochi. Which one hasn't? Busega. 3.12. Oh! Mulina Cathedral. Makerere. 2.95. Mpiji. 2.80. Or you also rounded off at student. 2.79. It's right here. Where are you rounding it off? 2.79 Mpiji. But because they have dug the foundation. Is there anyone whose number we haven't taken? Oh, Chebando, finally. Kaebando. 4.8. 2.8 what? 2.81. Masaka. Oh. I beg your pardon? 3.03. Anyone else? You can't change. Is this helping? Doctor, what's Vera? I want you to do like a file, arrange those locations in descending order of the rating. For Gayaza, average. Have an average of the two, and for Nadia, have an average of the two. Okay. All right, I need a mic runner as the results come. We have many runners, we just need the mics. Any feedback from the room? I need 4 mic runners from anywhere. What are you sensing already? Start right there. Tell us your name, your location, and the feeling.
My name is Pastor Chris Suvugamuga, Worship Harvest Mukono. I am looking at our average on the table and I'm wondering how the people at our table have scored that highly. My number is quite low. So I'm thinking, I'm keen to hear what they think.
In the break, you're going to discuss. In fact, it won't even be in the break. We are going to do teamwork. That's why we have tables.
My name is Lynette from Worship Harvest Mukono. I was wondering whether some of my team members pray from Worship Harvest Nadia according to their scores. I was just wondering.
You are the one who is not happy.
Check.
People are very happy with their rate. They're like our guest experience systems are at 4.5. What? Worship team of Mukono is 5. 5. I said 5. Wow.
Okay, Apostle.
Okay, who is next? Yes, Pastor Jeremy, then Pastor Richard.
Thank you so much, Apostle. Pastor Jeremy, Worship Harvest Gayaza. First of all, I was surprised that somebody at this table who is concerned with technology gave it a 1.
Where have they gone?
Yeah, but then 2, I have a good appreciation for the 7 systems, and I think they are a very good way of evaluating a location. Thank you so much.
Pastor Richard.
So, Apostle, when I was ranking them, I was already having like everything in my head. I'm seeing the building, I'm seeing the technology, I'm seeing like everything, the guest experience team. I was seeing everything. And I'm like, wano kibulamu nnyo, wano kibulamu katono, wano kibuliramu ddala. I was ranking like that, and honestly, this is a very good thing. The team here, some of them, there's one who gave us more than even Nadia. I don't know where she got that from, but she can tell us where she got it from.
Yeah, that's how people feel about the thing. You don't disturb. Let's go back there to Pastor Susan from Entebbe Central.
It's interesting that the owners of the leaders of that department are the ones who rate it
Lowest, yes.
While you think that you are good. I mean, you think that they should be thinking they should be good, but no. Most of them are saying no.
It means they need a little bit more. Pastor Calvin, I'm going to take like 2 or 3 more, and then I need to move it forward. Pastor Calvin, Pastor Doctor, and Phoebe, and Timothy, and then Pungu, and then I'll come here to make it. Let's go quickly.
Thank you, Apostle. The first thing I've been asking myself is, what is everyone using to measure? What is the benchmark? Because some people have 5 things, and I'm like, mercy Lord, do you know where
they have 5. You're that good, Bugolobi. You just didn't know it.
Yes, but I'm very grateful, and it also helps us look at the system, at location, at the church, very holistically. Thank you very much.
But it also helps your team. It helps to understand how your team perceives your work. Because you as the leader, you're always a pessimistic. Unless you are Donald Trump. You tend to always have you feel you could do more. Other people, they may be like, man, we are having the time of our lives. What are you talking about? Doctor.
Thank you very much, Apostle. Like Pastor Calvin, that's one of the questions I was asking. And so I can't wait to have the system unpacked. So if we understand what you mean by a system. I believe if we did a test after that.
It is coming. We are going to do the unpacked version.
Thank you, Apostle. I'm just glad that we're able to do this as a team. Because very many times as a location pastor, you're tempted to think that all this rests on one head. But having the core team here, and we are doing the exercise together.
What a core team.
Yes. Now when you're setting vision and whatever is coming, the burden is made lighter. The load has been distributed to many people. So I'm excited.
Timothy, then Phoebe, then
Thank you
someone
so much.
from Boyagerere, and then there, and we'll finish. Because we have to do the thing after.
Okay. Thank you so much, Apostle. I noticed in this exercise that we rate according to how much we have been exposed. I saw somewhere.
Yeah, you will not point out where.
Anyway, the technology was about 3, but me setting up, I don't see anything wireless. You get so I noticed that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So for you, if there is nothing wireless, it can't be a 3.
Wireless, maybe the cables. So anyway, yeah. So that was
those with cables. Phoebe.
Thank you so much, Apostle. Well, what I realized or noticed is the fact that we as leaders are not in sync, because you get to realize that some of us look at things are working, and the other people are looking at things like, it is really bad, and yet on this other side you're feeling like, here we are banging it. Like for instance, a side on our table, out of all of us giving 3 average, some people give 1 average, and I'm like, wait, so who is lying on both of us? So the fact that we are here all together, we are going to catch the fire as a team and probably work better and be in sync.
Someone asked, what's the benchmark? How about Lakewood? No, let's go. Let's continue.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Apostle. As a person to whom dysfunctional systems are a pet peeve, this is a
Someone
very,
needs
very,
a dictionary on some of the tables.
this is an amazing exercise because we are now beginning to see why certain things are not working. We had prayed, we had fasted, we had honored, we had cajoled and accused, but now things are beginning to come together, like a software developer who has remembered the last piece of code that's working. Thank you.
Wow. Prayed, ordered, cajoled, and accused. 1 minute, 30 seconds, 30 seconds.
Thank you so much, Apostle. I realize that we have no enough knowledge about the different dockets within our entire church. So you know only about your section, but not about someone else's section.
You didn't know that there was a guest experience too.
The system behind it. So that was really interesting. And if one thing is good and the rest are bad, then the whole thing is questionable. Thank you.
Yes, as we get this last comment, the team is going to distribute the papers that have the systems, but we don't have enough for everyone. How many are we giving per table? How many copies did you print? 50. So 2 per table. 2 per table. You'll use it as I'm sharing. The other thing, they can take a picture of it and they can paste it on the screen when I'm talking. But slowly, the chairman is talking. Otherwise, you may not get an HMC plot.
And then, thank you so much, Apostle, for this exercise. It's amazing. As I was writing, I was conservative in the sense that I know where we are. But I was encouraged by my 2 members, looking at the numbers that they were sending my way. I was like, really? I almost told them, guys, do this exercise again. You don't know what you're talking about. But also it means that I can't wait for what we are going to learn. And also, for me, what has told me is to benchmark, especially with locations that are ahead of us. Thank you.
Awesome. Pastor Vieira, can I have the results? Those papers, first leave them. Do not open this booklet until you are told to do so. Are you seeing? Nalia, 4.08. Ginger, 3.39. Wait. We haven't even unpacked. Entebbe, 3.36. Poor Gayaza is only at 3. Okay, Rich Gayaza. They're only in the 4th position. Wow. Arua 3.31. The online they've given themselves. Never mind their cathedral hasn't yet come up, but they are 3.31. Congo 3.20. Ugolobi 3.17. Mukono 3.17. Matuka 3.16. Puseka 3.12. Nakawa 3.07. Masaka 3.03. Makerere 2.95. Waraka 2.94. Nairobi 2.90. Chebando 2.91. Piji 2.79. Kiri Town 2.7, Barara 2.7, Bayogere 2.69, Gabaro 2.68, Downtown 2.58. That's quite. Mukono Central 2.50, and Chira 2.18. Prayers were offered for the king. All right. Now, let me ask you. Let's assume location A versus location B. Location A has an average of 4 on systems. Location B has an average of 1.5 on systems. Or you want the other one also not to be a whole number, I can change it. Location A has an average of 4.5. Location B has an average of 1.5. The pastor of location A prays 5 hours a week, like 30 minutes, the whole week combined. The pastor of location B prays 20 hours a week. The pastor of location A fasts like on Wednesdays. The pastor of location B fasts about 3 days a week, 3 to 4. The pastor of location A is a regular tither. That's all. The pastor of location B tithes, arise and build, word, seeds, even other spiritual fathers in other countries where he sends seed. The pastor. Are you following? The pastor of location A, when they start preaching, people start falling in the room. A. No. The pastor of location A, he just teaches a sermon of 32 minutes, 35, makes an altar call, they go. Pastor of location B, when they start, fire in the room, power against powers. People are on the floor, what? Holy Ghost is moving, and the service for that, because of that, does not quite end easily. Everyone goes home saying, the God moved. God moved what? The location there, the people, they say, we have a good pastor, he teaches, he's all right. The pastor of location B, the people call him man of God. Now, which location is going to grow? Of the pastor who doesn't pray 30 hours, 20 hours. Mama Bear, you seem to have a different opinion. Which location? So what's the limitation? Systems. Systems. So open the paper. Vera, have you got a picture? It's also on the screen, so you don't have to crane your necks. We are going to go, this is not like the ultimate system. In fact, some of these are so detailed, I had to remove other things. Because I didn't want more than 8 subsystems per system, because then it will become too much. Because I wanted to look at an average worship harvest location. So let's look at venue systems. Okay? At this point, most of your benefit will come from listening to me, as opposed to looking at your paper and analyzing it. You can even increase until, I wish I had known we were going to do this, then I would have reduced that up between them. So venue systems, when you're looking at a venue, you're looking at about 8 things. Location. Where is the venue? Yeah, because you can have the ultimate venue in the middle of Mabira Forest. And ultimately, no one will come. Location, location. Location. Is your venue located where there is a lot of people? Is there traffic? How accessible is it from public transport? Does someone have to pay a border of 3,000 to reach you, having gotten off the taxi? Okay? When we are looking for worship harvest places to buy, we are always looking at the nearest, we ask, where is the nearest taxi route? Is it a walking distance? That influences how we bought Nalia, because you can jump off at the stage and walk there. Gayaza, Natuka, I'm sure now you're starting to see. Even this one. Ginger, they cheated even. Yeah, the ones where we didn't get it very okay because we are still amateurs, we are like Iganga. Kono is a bit off, Entebbe is a bit off, but not, Entebbe is not too far off. So you have to get other things to work for you other than just the location. But some of the places, the church is right in the middle of activity. Yeah, Makerere. So location is important. Have you understood? So when you're rating your venue, think about where are you located. 2, the size. The size of the room. You may be located. All other things, you see all those things, additional rooms, washrooms, parking, sitting, stage bed, but you have AC. But your venue can only sit 100 people. And our target for our worship service location is 1,000 people. How are you going to have 1,000 people at your location with a 100-seater venue, however nice it is? So you see that the room size becomes a critical part. Are we together? Now, one of the things you're going to notice as we discuss the systems, I want you to write it down, is quality and quantity. Quality and quantity. There is certain quality you cannot achieve without certain quantity. There is a certain quality you will not achieve without a certain quantity. For example, you cannot say, we have a nice church. Manange, this church, they should be writing about it in Church Weekly, International Magazine. Because the members, they are like Jesus. But they're only 13, okay? So your members may be at the grade of St. Peter, St. Paul, and others, but if they're only 13, it's not a really good church. PGA 100% of the members. You see, so room size determines, you have to check that on venue systems. Additional rooms, because you need children's church. You may need YXP to run concurrently depending on your setup. Local language, garage. So additional rooms play a big role in venue systems. Washrooms. 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 Even if you're located in a prime location, but you're using a pit latrine, long drop, it doesn't work. Or you have a large person will sit down. Or you have a large venue, but there's only one toilet. So everyone has to line up for that one toilet. Yeah, there's only one. So you have to be well exercised in self-control before coming to church. So they keep telling you, guys, have some drinks before you go. You're like, me. So you see washrooms, how good are they? How clean are they? How many are they? What? Can you smell them from a distance or not? The standard at Worship Harvest, if you want, I can tell you, for washrooms is you should be able to go with your cup of tea into the washrooms without a problem. If the washrooms at your location, you can't go with your tea, with your cup of tea, and you put it somewhere as you do your short call before you go, then they are not up to standard. Yeah. What's going on at West Province, Bugolobi? Do we have a washroom situation? Okay, the other aspect is parking. Parking. Worship Harvest is a church of wealthy people who drive cars. So, for example, we are only 250 people here today. But look, the crisis outside. We've parked on the grass and on the whatever. We have filled the plot behind here. If you say you want to go, you can't go because by the time there's distance and all the cars. So you can already see that for Worship Harvest to put away, if 250 people can have this kind of impact on your parking, it means you can already see what your bottleneck is. That's why you must be getting land in the neighborhood. Otherwise, you have already killed the growth of your church. Are we together? Are you understanding? I'm still dealing with only venue. Also the parking, talking of which, it may be voluminous enough to park the cars, but you must come with gumboots. Because the journey from the parking lot into the building, it's the same as leaving Egypt to the promised land. So you come with 2 pairs of shoes. So, Gayasa people, I don't know why I'm being chased, but I'm not saying anything about anyone. Sit down. Now, these are the top locations, so you don't have these kind of problems. You wear white soles on Sunday. Well, another aspect of the venue is sitting. What kind of seats do you have? Do you have those benches, foam? You have foams. You sit like this, that someone is not getting. You are like, the preacher had better keep it short because my bum is hot from pressure. If you go over 30 minutes, you suddenly see everyone is standing along the wall. They've left the benches down here. Are we understanding? So, for example, even right here, you see the white chair you're seated on feels very different from this one. Ida, come and try. Come and you'll tell us if it's not different. Come. How would it be if all of Matuga was full of this kind of chairs.
Heavenly.
Do you think people would want to come back?
Definitely. They will.
Okay, you can go. So, what's your sitting like? You see, all the things, you can be a pastor and you don't have vision. So what I find is most pastors, it may not be their problem, but most pastors don't have vision. When you give them a location, they take what is there. They will never think that you can actually have chairs that are not plastic. Yeah. It will never occur to them that money you collect every week, you can buy softer chairs, you can tile the place, you can buy a carpet, you can buy fans. There is lights, there is no vision. And my people perish for lack of vision. Stage. They came and painted yours black, and you decided that's what we will have. Nothing, no background, and then ventilation. Downtown. I remember when we had the downtown Sunday. I was like, go and buy fans now. Yeah, because I could tell we are going to be thinking the Holy Spirit has come upon people, and yet they are fainting. You have to think about it. You have to have some sort of air. Air is moody. Yeah, because you didn't start the architecture, so it may not occur to you. You think air moves by itself. No, it can just settle in the room and refuse to move. Yeah, because there is no change of air moves because of change of pressure and temperature. Air temperature and pressure is what determines whether air should move or not. So if it can just settle there, and you think because people are breathing in and out, it will go. No. You just keep increasing the amount of carbon dioxide and reducing the oxygen because the air is not moving because maybe there is no wind, or even if there is wind, there are no windows. Wind and windows. Has it ever occurred to you? Are we together? So there is no ventilation. Some of you think these are just designs. The thing up there, you think these are nice brown decorations. Then you ask, why are they brown? Some of you are asking, why did they build the wall all the way up? Isn't that a major security threat? Attend Pastor Sam's mastermind on becoming a builder of the noteworthy builder. So that's just venue. Any questions? Now, by the time we finish, we go to technology. What questions? I'm taking questions. I'll take like maximum 2-3, and then we go to tech.
Apostle, thank you so much.
I've been thanked.
In the spirit.
While it's whatever, Vera, get me a picture of your tech booth at Nadia. I'm going to need it. Yes, continue.
Yeah, so in the spirit of standardizing across the movement, of course, especially it's a little easier to have a good standard for locations that have their own property, cathedrals, 360s, etc. What would you say, or how can the people that are renting find a way to standardize their venues?
Yeah, if you're renting, it means everything is mobile. So you go in and out. You decide how much you want to do. I remember attending Hillsong London because they rent a theater. And then when they told me how many things are brought in for the service, I nearly collapsed. Because they are set up teams, because they rent the theater for only one day exactly. You can't set up the night before, because there are some other people using the theater. So their setup teams start working at 4 a.m. and they work at feverishly until 10 o'clock when the service starts, the first service. But they bring in a whole rig of lighting. You see like what's in Nadia? 4 times that every Sunday, in and out. The lights, the sound, the screens, the panels, the whole place is very different from how the theater is every day. Because that was their vision. They wanted to have that level of excellence. And of course people will come like floods to that place. But so you have to have a vision. You see, you cannot work with what you wish you had. You work with what you have, not what you wish you had. Forget the wishing. So decide, what do we want to have? Do we want to add a couple of panels on a Sunday? When we went to Makerere, that Sunday we hired screens, panels, for only 1 million shillings. Now it may never occur to you that you can get screens for 1 million shillings. Yeah, but I kept working with Michael back and forth, because you know those guys, when they say 5 million, I say no. I'm not buying a plot, I need screens. And say now reduce, now do this configuration. Until they came up with a little the configuration, just one thing there and that. But it made a whole lot of a difference. It looked very different from what it looks like every day. Now you may think 1 million. 1 million is not a lot of money. Even you, the pastor, you can give it. It's just 4 million a month. And who knows, someone else may come in and appreciate the effort and they decide to give. Okay, I'm not saying go and have screens. I'm just giving you an example, because some people, the next thing you know, they haven't paid the landlord. Why? We are hiring screens. Right? The landlord, where are you going to use your screens when they throw you out? But I'm giving you that Hillsong example because when I saw it, I marveled. I was like, these guys are dedicated. The amount of equipment they brought in on a Sunday, it was too much. Lighting rigs, line arrays. Yeah, just Sunday, 4 a.m. And by 7 p.m., it's 8 p.m., it's all out. And then they repeat it. Up to today, they are repeating it. And I went 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago. Why? They can't afford to buy property in the middle of London. It's too expensive, but they can afford to rent. Was this a question?
Yes. Thank you so much, Apostle. My question was about the stage. I feel like you've answered it in a way, but I wanted to know what you would say a good stage is in our context.
A good stage, again, it depends on what you have, but you have to make it look nice. You see, like, I don't know what Chief does, but I'm sure they are seeing that it's a bit different from their usual Sunday setup. Is it a bit different, Pastor? Yes. Yeah. So you're looking at making it a little feel soft and nice, you know. A carpet, it has to have a background. Okay. If you're not using screens, you must have a background. At this point, I don't know whether there's an allocation that should be buying screens when you don't have enough parking. Because the screens are not easy to buy. They are costly. Also, there are some of the things you can wish for them, but they come with other additional costs. Like, even though we could have set up screens at Naria by now, we cannot because the power systems haven't been adjusted to support them. Because they suckle. That's why every time we have an event and you see screens, the guys of the screen have their own generator. They take that much power. You can't use the same generator you're using for the sound it is to run screens. Yeah, they are power suckers. So when you hire, then you also have to hire power. So to set them up at a location, you must have solved your power problems properly to the nth degree. So they are always, so you always have to work with, you know. But the point is, make it as nice as you can with what you have. Yeah, we just have to have the vision to say, this place is going to look amazing. I need to move to technology. Yes.
Thank you, Apostle. You briefly talked about the ventilation, and you mentioned how the air pressure, the air temperature affect what the feel of the room is.
Yes.
I think would benefit from a little bit of more explanation to know when you say air temperature, air pressure, what does that look like and how can I control both in a venue?
Air temperature and pressure.
Yeah, how do I control both in a venue to ensure it looks a certain way?
So generally speaking, a place will feel okay when there are no people. Then when the people come, because they are warm-blooded, they are putting off heat, and then the warm air has to rise, and when it rises, it needs to go somewhere. So for example, you may think, these people wasted a lot of blocks. Why isn't the roof at this level? Yeah, if the roof was lower, there would be less space for the warm air to rise to, and you would soon all be like this, wedging. So that's why there is volume. Also, the volume helps the sound go further. If this place, if the roof was at the level of this lower beam, we would have to have additional speakers to reach the back. So the height helps with the sound going further and the air rising. And those vents, they help now start taking the warm air out while the cool air comes in through the sides. Now, when it's not coming in willingly or moving quickly enough, especially at the front because of the lights, this produces a lot of heat. Then you need to have fans. These fans, they are not just for fun. They are is to move the air around, because you see, like towards the front there are no windows, so like the guys there, they can be sweating big time until you start forcing the air to move around and get out. So that's the technology in a simple way. So warm air rises, cool air comes in. I thought I was done. Let's take.
Thank you. I've always wondered how, when you're identifying where to put a worship harvest location, and it's a residential area, how do you settle it with the neighborhood, people who have homes around?
Yeah.
How do they cope with the noise? And
primarily by not having overnights. Yeah. That's why you have never had to run overnight in worship harvest. Unless it's in a home, someone, and people are not using sound equipment. Because that would be very insensitive to the neighbors. So we typically end our events 10 o'clock. So people can sleep, and we rarely begin. Even floor prayer used to start at 5, and we took it to 6. Because the neighbors were not happy with the 5 o'clock beginning with the Quaker hour. So yeah, the way our planning systems and rules are in Uganda. We can only, like the churches, we have to keep figuring out how to operate in residential areas. Because there's no real planning, whatever, for churches to say this is an area for churches. Because churches serve communities. So if you put the church in the industrial area, so it's about the wisdom of coexistence. In future, if we want a place where we can have like overnights, it would have to be a little far from people, and we would have to sound profit and make it like air conditioned, so that there can be a lot of sound inside, but you can hardly hear something outside. So those are some of the considerations we use. Okay, last one, Pastor, please. And then.
Thank you, Apostle. Concerning air, I've noticed many times you get into a room, say open the windows, close them, start the fans, don't stop them, that kind of thing.
Because someone isn't doing their job.
Yes, and you say the air needs to move, the air needs to move, right? So my question is, I want to learn, for example, at what point, say for example, we were 250 people coming.
You have to feel it. If the room is stuffy, yeah? Or sometimes I walk into the cathedral at Nadia. It is raining. It's cold. The windows are open. The fans are on. You're like, who is logging these people? You know, there are some things which you don't need a degree in information technology and whatever to know that if it's raining and cold, the windows should be closed and the fans should be off. It's just brainless, think whatever. Okay. Now give a new number to venue systems next to the one you had given it earlier. Please, it cannot be less than 1. The decimals. It doesn't have, but you just have to write another number next to the old number. Is that okay? Can we continue? Let me. Yeah. Do you need a break? Okay. Technology systems. Now that we've taken that much time with venue systems, it was to help you understand the process of thinking. I think we can move faster now. Please lift it up a bit so that the people further back can see. Lift it up a bit. Technology systems. So tech systems, essentially it is audio, visual, right? After that, it's just kajanja. So house sound. House sound is the sound in the house. By the way, in case you're wondering why we haven't given you a piece of chicken yet, it's Wednesday and we are fasting. But there's going to be some tea and coffee. Yeah, we are that liberal with fasting. You can have some tea and coffee. So house sound is the sound that comes this side. House sound should essentially have 2 components. the high and mid-range, which comes from the speakers that are up here, and then the low frequencies, which comes through these big speakers called the subwoofers or bass bins. Now, they are bins, not beams. Naguze besi bimu, nedda. Bass bins. So that's essentially it. And it varies depending on the number of people you're serving or the size of the building. Does it make sense? Yeah. So that's it. House sound. Stage sound. Monitors, combos, in ears. So that's stage sound. I particularly decided to separate it so that you don't say if the people this way are hearing, we're okay. Because if the people on the stage cannot hear what they are doing. Okay. 3 is band gear. Now stage sound is mostly monitoring. So in-ears, monitor speakers, and combos, largely. Band gear, that's band equipment. Keyboards, guitars, drums, microphones. Yeah. So, of course, with microphones, some are wireless, others are wireful. You decide what works for you. Projection. Are you tracking? So you realize that even for each of these, you can give a number. But I want you to just give an overall technology number. Projection. Because of the kind of church we are, we don't use hymn books. And many times we stream the sermon from Nalia. Our projection is not optional. Yeah. If you don't have a way of projecting video and lyrics, you are literally not a worship service church. Yeah. That's like a Catholic church without an altar table or something to do with Mary nearby. Are you following? So projection, screens, what are these? Screens, projectors, it's laptops. I realized that I need to add something there, which I did, and I'll add it at the end. Is that okay? Yeah, because right now I'm talking about what people see. If you are in a room this bright and you have a projector projecting on that screen. There's one time I sent a screen to one of the locations. And the pastor said, people now know what Apoma looks like because previously they were projecting. But really it was people were just hearing the message. Yeah, it was really audio. Let's welcome up more. Yeah. But they are just hearing. They see some sort of shadow moving on the what? They start with the letter of the alphabet. So projection, lighting. Lighting. Every location must have some, however, basic lighting. You get it? Yeah, like band gear, you should at least have a keyboard. Don't say We are going to use tracks until Jesus comes back. Ah, wow. But anyway, those are not the ones. If you are in the top 20, if you are here, you are in this group of the top 24 locations, you must have a band. Yeah. I forbid you from using tracks. Yeah, you're just being lazy in building the team. The church is worship harvest. We cannot create a worthwhile worship experience without a band. You know, it's limiting. You may think it's not important, but it's important. As a pastor, you must get out of your way as pastors, because now you're a team, to find people who can play instruments or learn them yourselves. Yeah. You can even be doing collaborations. You know, we used to have a lot of collaborations back then. I got off the WhatsApp groups. But I used to be on a WhatsApp group called Worship Harvest Instrumentalists, musicians. Every Sunday morning, we are lacking a bassist. These then someone is on I'm on my own a border, because there are so many. Like Makerere has like 4 bands. Yeah, and it's not even like a joke. Now, of course, one band can play at a time on a Sunday. Now, the other band is seated there. You're playing tracks at your location. And you could have sent your official location van, which is air conditioned, to pick up the Makerere band to come and play for you for that Sunday. Don't try and steal them and make them yours. But yeah, and why? Because Makerere band, they are likely to be students. If you tell them use Uber yourself, they'll say, what? Which one? Hence, you need to send a what? A van to pick them. And you know how students are. Once there is proper lunch after the service, they may come back the next Sunday before being invited. Are you following? One of the ways you can solve this issue, I know we are going to get into worship team systems. Maybe I will talk about it then. Let me stick to the whatever. Where were we? Band gear. Projection, lighting, power. Power. What happens when electricity goes off at your location? Those are systems. Now, instead of graphics and socials, what I want to do to replace graphics and socials, photography, is a tech booth with the appropriate, so that you rate your tech booth. What does your tech booth look like? If it is one laptop that plays the tracks, does the projection, edits the pictures, posts on social media, monitors the stream, it's a junk power laptop. Okay, give me that picture. I'm not saying this should be your standard because you are not a streaming location, but it helps. Instead of picture, you decided to give me a video. No picture can adequately. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 screens. So you need 9 computers on Sunday. And that doesn't include sound. Sound will be 10, and also sound there is online, and but we didn't put online here because we are saying stage, house. So it may seem trivial to you. But it matters how many laptops are working on a Sunday at your location. Yeah. Remember quantity and quality? Okay, back. So for example, if your lighting, back to the other thing. If you go and buy one expensive light, one like this, how do we position it? You see, quantity is a factor of quality. To have proper lighting, you need to have a certain number of fixtures. You know, even like Nalia lighting is not good. No, it's not. It's not at all. Even though it's how many fixtures, Michael, is he here? You guys don't know how many fixtures you have. You run. Anderson, how many fixtures? How many lights? 25. Trust has 25. Altogether, there are 25. Talk about the key lights, the ones at the back, the ones on the sides, the ones on the floor. You are getting in it with your mind. Yes, that's okay. I beg your pardon? There are 55. Wow. So now you have 55 lights, but they are not really good yet. When I look at it online, when I look at the stream, I'm like, it's substandard. So you see, there's a certain number at which I feel like for us to be a proper broadcast, whatever, we must have at least 100 lights. Yeah. The challenge, though, every light costs about what? The key lights are at how much? Is it 900K? So by the time you finish the lights alone, 100 million down. So if you are the pastor who doesn't know how to take offering, you look at your plan and say, "Bali nevis will bring you a serious sentence." You can't build a church. 62. When I young get them, 62. Okay. Ask your neighbor, how many lights are used at your location? Mukono. Nainga zikola. Bambi, don't include these ones of the cathedral. Okay. 6. Can I tell you something that's going to blow your mind? And I'm not telling it to you just for what I want you to catch vision. The equipment we use at Nalia in that building is upwards of probably 500 million. Yeah. Isn't it? Yeah. It's about 500 plus. What I know, it can't be less than 500 million. Now, when you're not thinking about it as a pastor, you collect money every Sunday. Balloons. You're not thinking the cost of ministry. What does it cost to set up an excellent location? I was reading an article long ago, and in that article, they showed that the air conditioning, you know, when Lakewood bought that building, it was a basketball, whatever, ring, and then they turned it to a church. The AC alone cost them $8 million. And that's so long ago. Only air conditioning installation was $8 million. Now, when you don't have a vision, you're happy to just open doors and let people walk in and sit on your plastic chairs. But you're asking God for 2,000 people, 3,000 people. Why would they come to your location? You can't even manage 100 people properly. You can't sit them properly. You can't give them a great experience. Now you want 3,000 people to have a terrible experience in your church. Do you know this speaker I'm standing on? This one. Pastor Dennis can correct me. Combined with these two, plus this one, these small ones, plus these two, is how much money? These four alone are 73 million. $30 each or 30? By the time you do the cost, the transportation, the taxes, etc. So this little set, this one, you see when you see like we have an event at your location and we carry it, you see these two things, this little one, that one and that one, 100 million. Plus, more than 100 million shillings. So you just enjoy what the sound. Yeah. Then tugende kiseka tugule emizinda. Oyagala sound ya crusade. You want September to remember. You want to take our speakers outside to blow them at your September to remember thing. Huh? But do you think these things just show up? You are there one day and someone donates speakers. It's youth leaders. You think, you plan, you save, you find the best deal online. How do you get it here? How do you clear the taxes? Because you're not going to go to Kampala Road and find them there and say, I'm paying, give me. See, all you know is you want to buy a good car for yourself. Buy a good car. And then when you say Jesus, you'll hear Jesus. All the S's are gone. No, just like Jesus, Jesus. Shout hallelujah. You can't hear. Who is getting annoyed? These ones are not for now. These are road equipment. So, anyway, Papa Bear, are we okay? Your doubts are we okay? Now they know why you put one. Eh? Okay. So then, we'll summarize that other like a tech booth where you have different computers doing different things. Yeah. Okay. Any questions about tech systems? And then we're going to take a short break. Tell the guys that we are not going to have the online prayer today. We can have independence because we are here.
Thank you, Apostle. I just wanted to seek your wisdom on when you want to put a truss for stage lights in spaces, cathedrals like this, where you have a bay of 6 meters and you have that distance to stage. Like
that one you talk to the people who do it. Me, I don't know how it works. I like it when it's on. So Brother Edison, where is he? Is your go-to man for all those things? Lighting, fixtures. You want that screen, faucet screen? Have you seen the one we did in Gayaza and Tebe Ginger? It costs only, it's very cheap, 26 million. And then you no longer have to look on the sides. Yeah. Just a little offering here and there, and you have nice big picture up there. Why are people not happy? We are out of questions. We're going to the break, Pastor Sam. Kale, one day you'll be laughing. Our church used to be the one without 40 lights. But now, we are there.
Thank you, Apostle. In what order would you advise a pastor to acquire this gear? What, in terms of, what are the priorities?
The most important thing is sound and projection. Others after that. If I was pastor, because also we give you some things from Central. If I was a pastor and I didn't have anything, and I'm launching worship participation, I would get sound and screens. I would have like at least 2 screens like this. We call it the Mbale setup because it works so well in Mbale when we are at the pastor's retreat. So the two screens, 2 tops, subwoofer or 2, fast, and then some monitoring so that the singers can hear. Then afterwards, instruments. With instruments, start with keyboard, and then work your way up. Keyboard, drums. So you have some tones, you have some rhythms. Others later. A good drum set on the market is about 6 million. About here in Uganda. Keyboards, there is a variety. You can get each keyboard, and it's really how you play it. And then you keep improving. Yeah. An expensive keyboard with an amateur player sounds worse than a cheap keyboard with a skilled player. People are allowed of questions. We take a break. Have you understood tech systems? Now rate your locations, tech systems with a new understanding. Let's take a break for 25 minutes. We'll be back at 11:55 or 11:53. We have some tea, it's on the house, and water, and I think juices. You're blessed. Guest experience systems. Where is the thing, the picture, Pastor Biel? They are welcomers. These are the ones Pastor Cathy calls joy dispensers. Expand a bit. Money counting we can do without. Expand a bit. Money counting we can do without the team word. Welcomers. These are the guys with placards. Joy dispensers. Have you ever heard of them? Do you have them at your location? Then there are greeters. Welcomers are all the way from the taxi stage, okay, something like that. From the gate, from the junction. And then greeters are at the doors. And greeters are at the doors.
Yes.
Are they the same as welcomers?
No.
Should the people at the doors be waving placards? What should they be doing? Hugging, greeting. Okay. How if someone is allergic to hugging? Should they be at the greeting door? Okay. They should go to money counting. We don't name them in money counting. Okay. By the way, this sounds like a joke, but you'll find that some of you, the guy of parking is also the one of the placard is the greeter and the sitter. And the sitters, Pastor Cathy, explain the difference between greeters and sitters in 30 seconds. Don't thank me, I'm thanked. Let's go.
Thank you, Apostle. Oh. Well, it's our DNA. So thank you for the opportunity. Sitters, greeters are stationed at the doors. Because we have the joy dispensers, I've already dispensed the joy. The greeters are a bit calmer.
Where are the joy dispensers?
They are in the parking at the. So this time we want to try our joy dispensers to be at the road, the dusty road.
Yes.
Where the business is happening, so that
Yeah.
even the chapati makers there come to church and find out.
Maliba.
So even at the gate, so those are joy dispensers. So then at the doors we are calmer, the greeters. The spirit is collected, so we smile, you're welcome, good morning, because sometimes you greet people who don't even revert to you. So I've told my team it is okay. They will catch up, because you greet someone good morning and they pass you, you continue smiling. It's okay. So those are the greeters. You're welcome, good morning.
And the sitters?
The sitters are the people who tell you, please move from the back. So what we do in Alia, we have systemized the aisles. We have, I think, 6 to 7 aisles, and we have aisle leaders, and we have, so they're stationed in a line.
Aisle leaders.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I've never heard about aisle leaders.
So, and also because a few months ago, Apostle gave us wisdom on how to count. That's how we came up with that system of aisle leaders and their aisle members, because now we have aisle head counters. Anyway, I can't go into
So
it.
how many people, an aisle?
6 minimum.
An aisle has 6 people.
Minimum, depending on the size
And
of
how
the event.
many rows does
I think
one
we have
person cover?
7 rows, Pastor Moko.
No,
are they
there are
6 or
14.
Oh,
There are 15 rows.
15.
15 to 16,
Yes, so
depending
we
on
have
where you
6 minimum per.
So everyone covers about 2 to 3 rows.
Yes. So when you enter through our cathedral doors, we have people who receive you, sitters who receive you. Then they keep on pushing you to the next person, up to the front. So because we are sitting systematically from front to back. So if a backbencher, you have to be pushed to the front. However, we left the hind seats for mothers.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
So if you didn't know, there's a difference between greeters and sitters. And the joy dispensers. There's a way in which Mukono team is looking at me that might reveal that they don't have a difference between them. Are they different? Are they different? You can explain, eh? Sit down. Now, listen. Next time you hear that there is guest experience team training. And then you make an assumption that, yeah, just to remember, welcome, it needs training. Yeah, tell me, Ambika, you people. I mean, well, some locations have one aisle. Those are not here. Why are you talking about Nakawa? They should maximize that aisle. Aisle leaders and aisle teams. I'm on aisle A, aisle B, aisle C. Now, the spelling of that word is A-I-S-L-E. Because some people are writing notes. You may say, someone, please share with me the notes from the training. Then you see A-Y-O. Aisle leader. What location is that one in the corner? Etebe Central. Why are you looking like you had written AYO? You want to bring problems. So joy dispensers, I call them welcomers. I think I should change them to joy dispensers. Greeters, sitters, first-time guest team, new salvations team. Those are not the same. Money counting team is under guest experience. Parking team. Parking team. Some people are quiet. Makere, I'm told you are quiet at parking team. Do you have a parking team? Or why you park at the stage? Who leads the Nalia parking team? Pastor Jonah, how many people are on your parking team?
Yes. Thank you. Anyway, we are 38 people on the parking team.
38 on the parking team. Yeah. Because you have basement, slab, upper parking, outside parking, reddish, overflow parking. I'll not talk on the mic.
So,
as long as you speak in English.
Apostle. Apostle. Anyway, so we are 38, so we are grouped into, yes, 38. So we are grouped, so we have the morning team, the team that packs the 8 a.m. During the 8 a.m. service. So all of us appear in the morning. We, by around 5:45, have a team time of prayer. Then at 6, at 6, the first team goes and joins the rest of the team for prayer. Then they'll go on to do the parking at 8 a.m. Then the team is attending service. Then they'll switch. The team that has been in service will go out to do the second service. Then we have the YXP team, which is also different, Catalyze. Yes.
The YXP pastor has arrived.
Thank you, Pastor Jonathan. Now, there is also security. So are they different?
Yes, they are different. Security team is different. So the security team, those ones are the ones that check at the gate. So security team, we have quite a number. We have what you see basically, the soldiers. Then we have the guys that check at the gate. Then we have what we call the SEAL 1, SEAL 2, SEAL 3. Those are the different people that sit in the congregation. like that. Then we have the covert team. Those ones you never get to see them. Yes. Okay, you see them, but you never actually know. Yes.
So altogether, how big is this security team?
The entire team is 88.
Huh?
88.
88?
Yes. Parking and security.
How many of those are from Nalia? Because I think it includes people
Yes, from
other
Nadia,
locations.
there are 60, then 18 are from other locations. Yes.
60. Okay, 88. People already have questions. Then catchers. Some of you get surprised. Any questions? Nakawa has no questions. You don't need catchers?
Check.
Oh, you're saying, what are you saying? What are you talking about? Okay, Pastor Richard.
My question is for the people, like say Relish Gardens, who are not near the cathedral, when the sermon is going on, do they come into the church when the service is ongoing or they stay there?
But we don't park at Relish on Sunday.
So we don't park on relish on Sundays, but usually when you have events, one of the things we instill that you have to have data. You have to have data. Then we also have a Bluetooth speaker usually at the gate. Yes, for the big events. I mean, you have noticed when you come, yeah. So they listen. Those are usually for the big events. Relish is usually an exceptional case when we have like gatherings or events. Yes. But usually when the session starts, then we hand over to police, then yes.
So there is police. How many police?
So on average, every Sunday we have 4 to 5 policemen and then 4 UPDF. Yes.
So, yeah, Sunday we have about 9 armed. Because you are a public event. So now, be thinking about these things, eh? Don't just be say, the police is everywhere in Uganda. Sorry.
Regarding security, you've talked about the different levels, SEAL 1, SEAL 2, SEAL 3, covert, uncovert, so at what point should a location start thinking of the different covert people? And also, you've only talked about 18 people from other locations, 60 from Nalia. Yes, I had 28 from other locations. What is your recruitment policy for these people, and then the training as well to allow, because...
You wonder how people can apply, eh?
And how they will get trained, because the 20% is here and they are moving towards Nalia.
So basically what we came up with was we're trying to create teams per network. Yeah, so we have, of course, in Champions, we have in High Flyers, headed by Jason. We have in Peculiars, headed by Moses. We have in Ginger, headed by Kevin. Yes, it's just, then we don't have for my career and just 2. So basically what we're trying to do is, yet. So basically, the network leads are part of one of the SEAL teams. So the idea is to train them so that now when you have a function that is for a particular network, then they take the lead. Then the rest of the team just covers, just beefs up. Because sometimes the work involves going before and doing advance and checking everything. It can be a little bit tedious. So also it helps to encourage the network to grow the team, because a time will come and we're going to have like 10 gatherings in one weekend, and then you can't, yes. So basically, when you have different teams, I mean, every network can cater for itself, and then the security is, yes.
Do you have choppers? Okay, no. Not next level. Yes, there's a hand over there. I hope you're enjoying the training.
Oh, yes.
Learn, but also enjoy. If you're moody, like what? There was tea outside. Why didn't you take? Let's continue.
Apostle, you wash them. My question is, given the influx in the number of cars, it's a word. Yeah.
He has to say it for himself. even if he's surprised that he has said it.
Wow. Cathedral looks beautiful.
Do you still remember your point?
Yes, I do. I do.
Because that word influx may have sucked
Also,
all the ram.
given the influx in the number of cars at Shira, I'm wondering, is there a ratio when it comes to the parking team and security team in terms of what would you advise, number of cars and number of people in the parking team, also the size, the PGA, and then the number of people in the security team? Is there a workable ratio when it comes to those?
Wow. KCCA requires that you have a parking lot for every how many people attending the church service, Pastor Sam? Is it 10? Okay. 1 to 10. Someone give him a mic. Where are the mic runners? How can a whole architect be talking without a microphone when you are there standing nearby as an engineer? Okay.
1 car for every 10 worshippers.
Yeah, that's the design requirements of Kampala Capital City Authority. 1 car for every 10 worshippers. So if you design a 2,000-seat auditorium, you must have 200 parking slots. Yeah, but it can vary depending on, on the mode of transportation used. But again, when you hear that there is a security training, come, send your people, because we used to do these trainings and we stopped because no one was showing any interest. Yeah, and then you find you're not growing your church because the systems cannot contain the growth. Meanwhile, you have gone from 5 a.m. prayer, you are now starting at 4. Sleep is scarce, systems don't work. You're just punishing your teams for nothing. Any other question?
Thank you. Thank you, Apostle. My question is, how do you build a security team? Who are you looking out for?
Now, some of these we cannot say because we're online. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We have to keep some of the information classified.
Yes.
So, but just know you must have a security team. Talk to Pastor Jonathan in the lunch break, since there is no lunch, and start on getting advice. Actually, seriously, in the lunch break, he will stand somewhere, and then if you are in your stilettos, and you probably shouldn't be talking to him about the security team. But yeah. Yes, go ahead, Pastor Richard.
About first aid.
First aid, yeah.
Yes. Would you recommend we have like a first aid kit at the location so that in case of any emergencies or medical attention comes up, we use it?
Yes, you should have a first aid kit at the location. Talk to Dr. Kulo to find out what that should include. And some basic medicines. Yeah. It might be the beginnings of a health department at the location. Remember, we are not a hospital. Even as you're setting it up, our main business is teaching, preaching, and healing.
Where does the facility team fall?
That's a very good, yeah. I think it should be under venue. There should be a facilities team. Yeah. Okay? Or it could even be a team of its own, but I don't know. Yes, Elder Richard.
Yeah.
Apologies, Umeme has come, so that's why you're no longer seeing your neighbor clearly.
I thought money being very important, there would be a money counting or collecting system, but anyway, it's under the guest experience. But you didn't say anything about the basics of money collecting. I thought you should say something about money counting. It was money counting. Please give us some basics of that.
So here, what I'm doing, I'm giving you the team. As you can imagine, each of these teams then have operational, what's the word? Protocols. Yeah. Yeah. Each of these teams have operational protocols, which we may not go into the details of. So for example, money counting, it can't be one person. It can't even be two people. It is minimum 3 people who should all be tithers, among the top tithers at the location. Yeah. Never give the cat to keep the rat. Tikapa gwen kumira kumese yange. So people who are not top tithers have no business touching, being in the money counting, whatever. It's a whole process. They sign documents. They all have to sign etc. Then it has to be packed a certain way. Then it is transferred to the team that takes it to the bank. Like that. There's a whole money system. But at this training, what you should know, it can't be less than 3 people. Yeah. And it can't be the same 3 people the whole year. Because at some point, they may get into agreement. So you have to throw in a surprise. Just when we were going to make a move, our friend has been removed. Now they've brought another guy. How do we start convincing him? But if they are among the top tithers, then you don't have to worry too much about that because they already love the Lord and the church. Does it make sense? Okay, should we go to worship team systems?
Yes. On that money issue.
Yeah.
For smaller locations, they're not here. Okay, we need small locations. Yeah.
Yeah, this is top.
Okay.
You're in the top 20%.
Okay.
But for smaller locations.
Is it recommendable for a pastor to be on the money counting team?
No. How are you going to do it? When you are supposed to be greeting people who have come to church. The pastor cannot be on the money counting team. Let's continue. Rate your guest experience systems. Are we ready to continue? Is this helping anyone? Okay, keep quiet and I go to the next point. Money, what? Worship team. Worship team systems are straightforward. Take every role and you create a team around it. So lead singers, that's a team. Sopranos, that's a team. Altos, that's a team. Tenors, that's a team. Now, depending on the size and scope of the location, there can be sub-teams. Like what I've tasked someone at another location to do is there should be 3 soprano teams, 3 alto teams, 3 tenor teams. and a team for lead singers. Those should be separate teams. And then pianists should be a team, not an individual. Bassists should be a team. Drummers, a team. Guitarists, a team. A mongo. There are other teams I didn't include here in worship team systems, like DJs. Yes. In future, DJs. In fact, you may find that when you're using tracks, you probably need the DJ more than the pianist. So you should include DJ. Do you have a DJing team? Dancing team. How could I have forgotten? So add DJs and dancers. Yes. I was always feeling like I'm forgetting something. Put on your dancing shoes, my brother. Number one hit, number one hit. All right. So now we try in the training to use worship scenario as the standard for now. So because also they are trying to stretch. So for example, at Nalia, there is a quarrel that I haven't started yet. I've just been waiting for an appropriate time. There are two of them actually. But being a good brother in Christ, I don't want to kupapira people. Yeah. However, these two teams, worship teams and guest experience minus security and parking, because I know with security and parking they add up. So I've told the leaders that we cannot have less than 100 people on guest experience team alone. And we cannot have less than 100 people on worship team alone. So they are trying to make it look like I forgot. So how many were you on Sunday? 84 get. Does that include security and parking? How many were security and parking? On Sunday? So you find if you add, they will make 100. But, yeah. And worship team, how many were you? 90. Where were the 10? Okay. Securities and parking was 23. 23 plus 87, 110. Okay. Pastor Jonathan, I need you to push parking and security to 50. Active, not on the group. On Sunday, 50. And then 100 get, and then 100 worship team. So that before we start the Sunday, there is 250 people in the building at 6 o'clock. Without children's church and media. Onalazewa. Auntie Omwana. How many people served on the media team on Sunday? 47 actively on Sunday. Okay. So 47 plus, you seem to have been reading a report. Gata muno labe. 87 plus 90 plus 47. Harvest Kids 56. Luganda 25. Security and parking 23. 23. Facilities 13. What's the total? 341 was the number of mechanics that served at Worship Harvest Nalia on Sunday. I've always told you, it's a ratio of 1 to 5. It's a ratio of 1 to 5. If you want 2,000 people in the room, you must have close to 400 mechanics. It's a no-brainer. It's just a 1 to 5. If you want 1,000 people, you must have 200 mechanics, minimum. Less than 200 mechanics, you're not going to get 1,000 people easily. Because there are too many gaps. Because the 2,000 people that came to Nalia, there is about 400 children or 500. 500 children, that's why you need 55 people in children's church. Because the children don't think they all know where to go and when to go to the bathroom. I've mixed things up there. I've talked about this. I'm going to share one more thing to do with worship team systems. But before I share that one thing, any questions? Considering the other things I've talked about, like the ratio of 1 to 5, if your pastor has never told you that thing, you need to put them to task because I've stressed it to them forever. Yeah. Yes, Pastor Flores.
Thank you so much, Apostle. I've been hearing about MD, or it is music director.
Music director.
Where does that fall?
That's part of the worship team. They can be any of the musicians, or yeah. So it's not a team per se. Ventilation systems are kicking in as the temperatures are falling. They are closing the windows. The fans have gone off. Now, beyond this, it is you and your sweater. Where is the hand? I saw a hand somewhere. Oh, you are understanding
Apostle,
too much.
Where does the prayer team fall? On which team?
That's a very good question. I think I'm going to put the prayer team on the preaching team or the word team, what are just called the word systems. Word systems should include prayer team. Remind me to talk about it when we reach there. Because, we were just writing these things and now you see it's even getting better. So that's the nature of any good system, is that you have to be able to improve it. Okay, can we go on? I promise. Is there someone else? Oh, yes, go ahead. Oh, okay.
Is it the right time to ask about building the teams? That's
that one is going to happen right there on your table.
Number 2, where do the plumbers and electricians fall within the...
Okay, that should be under facilities team, which we had forgotten to include under the venue. Yeah, venue systems, there should be a facilities team. Plumbers, electricians, cleaners, janitors. Okay.
Apostle. Sorry, Apostle.
Okay, let's go.
Something that you had talked about earlier in the technology team, I don't know, you hadn't highlighted photography and photographs. I know they play quite a critical role. I've had things like angles and such things. Can you please just talk into that?
So I decided to push all those people into the tech booth so that you have tech booth systems. And then in there you will have photography at etc. Because now all those are different teams. Yeah, photography, video, graphics, social media, live updates, all of that. Makes sense? Ruth, Pastor Ruth, share with us what happens in your media booth on Sunday, how many people are there, who is doing what, because when people hear 47 people, they're like, yeah, so. Baliku laptop, is it like each bapton is a person? What do they do? Of course, Nalia being a broadcast location, there are some extra roles, but
So thank you, Apostle. In the media booth, we have projection at the extreme end. We have what we call the confidence monitor side, and then the house screens. So we get to have two laptops, so two media projection people doing at the same time.
I think we are still okay. Are we? Is it so cold already? Don't cut off all the air, otherwise then it will get extremely warm.
So we get to have two projection people for the main service, two projection people.
You can close those doors so that people this way are comfortable, and keep these open so that we have a controlled flow of air. Too many disruptions.
So ideally on a Sunday we have 6 projection people. 2 for 8 a.m., 2 for 10 a.m., and 2 for YXP. Then we have, next to the projection, we have live stream and broadcasting, who ideally are 3 people, but running the same laptop. Then a side laptop for monitoring. Monitoring, why in time? Because you want to catch the issues the people outside the room are facing before they send in the messages. So you're the one telling the sound person, I can't hear you online, etc. Then from live stream, we have the switcher, the director, the one for the videography cameras that you are seeing here. So the switcher is ideally today Mrs. Mwita. So they will have...
What are Mrs.? Sample them.
So the switcher is the one telling them which shot this song is going to begin with electric guitar and etc and etc, right? Then from there in the booth, that's
How
in the
does
booth.
she tell them that? She shout across the room and say, electrical!
No. We use an in-ear system.
So those people, they are not just posing when we
No.
see things in their ears.
No.
They are not showing off.
No, they are not.
They are not listening to a bishop Doug sermon during the service.
No, they are telling them to move. Let's say we have an important guest in the room and Apostle is about to call them up. So ideally the producer, you're supposed to see that happening before. So that's where I was going. That's about to happen. Apostle is about to go up. So you tell the director, Apostle is going up anytime, and I have seen 2 guests in the room. The director will call the camera people to tell one, be on standstill, stand by. Apostle may call up, maybe Pastor so-and-so to give a speech or say something. So have a shot. So she will switch immediately to that shot, and then the other person will move for a cover-up shot.
What's a cover-up shot?
We are learning. A fallback shot in case anything goes wrong.
Fallback shot.
So after the switcher, the producer, I've already talked about the producer. So the producer is supposed to see what's happening outside the house and what's happening inside the house, plus the program, to run the stage managers and the garage manager at the front. So you have 5 people at the front, 1 doing main garage management, a mic runner to make sure mics are transitions, both ends, left and right. And then you have 1 for stage props, podium, fans, carpets, all those things in time. In case Apostle says a chair, there is a chair.
You wanted to know
somewhere.
Omuntu akola atya stage props.
Yes. So you have 5 stage managers. Then after the production, then the photographer sits. The photographer, why they need a laptop is because they edit the pictures in time. Because real time, because the social media group is waiting to make the update online in real time. From photography, you have graphics. Graphics, why? Because you have online. Online, you need things like lower thirds,
Lower thirds.
So the person online needs to know who is speaking, what they are saying, and those things don't just come up, the names. So the graphics person, he's preparing ahead of time to make sure we have everything. The in-house people, let's say I say my name is Ruth, he writes quickly, Ruth, they throw it online. But also the quotes that you receive, the quotes are done there and then in real time. So he gets a picture from the photography team quickly, puts the quote, someone sieves, most likely Pastor Jeremy will sieve the quote, then it's sent out. But all those are laptops. So someone else is on a laptop doing the quoting. But quoting on Sunday is done in downtown because Beavasa sits in downtown.
So the quotes that are being preached in Nalia are being
done
in downtown and being uploaded where?
Online.
Okay.
In real time.
Real
But
time.
during events, they sit in the booth after graphics design. After graphics design is lights. Lights, because the truss and the minus the key lights, everything else is controlled using a computer system. So they keep switching lights according to what the worship team is wearing, the sound, the beats, and the type of song, the ambience, because the faster the song, the faster the lights. And yeah, everything. Yeah. Yes, it's not freestyle.
Maliris, you haven't talked about sound.
Yes. Sound, so there is online sound and in-house house sound. So they have 2 iPads. Edison works with the iPad to go and do online sound, which is done in the green room because he has to listen to every detail without the house sound. Then the house sound is at the back at the booth where they control everything in the house to make sure the sound is well balanced in the house. Monitors, I won't say midfield, yeah. So in one service, if we don't have a special event, people going with Apostle maybe to another location, and we keep switching the people per service because we have 3 teams, we shall have 2 projection people, 1 live stream, 1 monitoring, those are 4, 1 switcher, 1 producer at the back, 1 photographer doing the editing as the rest do the pictures. 1 person does the pictures, but on events it's 2 people. 2 people or 1 doing the pictures. Those are how many? 7.
Cameras.
Cameras are 3. No, there are 4. 4 cameras plus the switcher. Then the stage, 5, plus the lights. 1 person of the lights. I haven't told you the lights. Part of the lights are not on the screen. The ones in the middle truss. So you have to have a person doing backstage lighting. They switch on and switch off at different times. During the worship set, the lights are off because you want the lighting to be concentrated at the front. And then during the preaching sermon, you have the light in the room for the preacher to see. During the videos, they are off. Without the videos, they are on. So you have a person doing the backlighting, and they're there full time throughout the service. In case Apostle says, show me this, show me that, they're ready to switch off and switch on. Yeah, we used to have in-ears for everyone. Yeah, we are working on it. Those are how many? Lights are 2, social media 2, and quotes 1.
Okay.
24 people times 3 on a Sunday.
I don't know how big your media team is, but I don't know whether you can describe it as a system. What were we doing? Okay, worship team systems. You have rated. We need to move quicker. Harvest kids. I have 10. Now, the Nalia system is more detailed than this, so this is the simplified version. Registration team. The children need to be registered when they come. Yes. It is a security issue. Who is that one who doesn't register the children? They just come and go. What happens if a parent claims that their child came and disappeared in the building? There is registration, there is guest experience for kids, there is facilities and setup, there is worship team for kids, there is sound and projection for kids, then there is the age group teams, 0 to 4, 5 to 6, 7 to 8, 9 to 10, 11 to 12. I think Nalia they have 5 is alone, 6 is alone, 7 is alone, 8 is alone, 9 is alone, 10 is alone, because the children are very many. Yeah. So that's it. So for you, you have only one person. So do you have harvest kids? Yes. Do you know one now? She loves children. She loves children. Okay. She loves children. How many? How many children can be loved by one person at your mega church? I don't know. I don't know why the Holy Spirit has sent me here, but you guys are clicking, yeah? Can we move forward? Can we speed it up? Okay. Word systems. Yeah, I was just being creative, because I wasn't sure it exists. So you have a lead preacher at a location. It's always good to have a lead preacher, I think. Then 2, you have a preaching team. That lead preacher should be raising a team of preachers. Don't ask me about certain things. We are all now going to be working on this one. Thank you, Lord, for the rain. We are blessed. You can tell who listened to the Holy Spirit this morning and who did not at this time. Lead preacher, preaching team, YXP, preachers, local language. Because I was looking for points, I added preaching microphone. Because you can have a preacher without a mic. What a shock. We need to close the doors. Wow. Wow, that's heavy. Is this when you evaluate the venue systems? Because can people still hear the preacher? All right, preaching microphone, you see? Podium. But now let's add prayer team. Prayer team is on this system. Pastor Ari, come and describe your worshiper scenario prayer team and what they do. How? Use this mic because by the time they pick up that mic.
We have a minimum of 4 people praying per service in the GPC. So they pray, 4 people pray in the 8 o'clock service, 4 people pray in the 10 o'clock, and 4 people pray in the 12 o'clock minimum. No. So we have prayer from 6 to 7 as a group of mechanics. And then some people pray from 7 to 8, the prayer team. And then in each of the services, we have at least 4 people praying for the services.
Okay. It's going to be okay. So thank you, Lord, for the rain. We speak to the wind to come down now in the name of Jesus. So that we may continue with the purpose that brought us here. So wind, calm down. We can have rain without all the wind effects. In Jesus' name, and all the people say, oh yes, do you believe it? Oh! Venue systems. System overload. We need a thingy these ends as well. A squeezer. We need a squeezer this side. Now imagine this is Sunday service. You are in the second service. And you have emergency teams, flood management. Now, if you get this much rain, imagine we are in a built structure and we are going through this. Imagine a tent. The guys in the tent, what are they going through? Okay. So that's the preacher systems. I'm going to go to the invitation and we'll finish. Don't worry, this whole thing is about to end. I mean the rain and the whatever. Yes, Pastor Jeremy has a question. Mic system. We have to keep operating, okay?
My question is about the garage host.
Yeah, that should be under the word system. Garage host should be under the word preacher systems. You see, we are improving it. Because a bad host can make life very difficult in the service. Invitation systems. There's a mic that's on. Okay. Invitation systems. An Akaso team. These are the people who go out to invite people live. Busing team. Garage mobilization team. And then something I've called a visibility team. People who are out to just make sure that people in the neighborhood know that there is a church there. Yeah, there should be a visibility team. Because the devil can put a blanket over your church and people never know you're around. Okay. Any questions or comments as we finish garage systems? This is only garage systems. And it's taken us a whopping 4 hours.
Thank you, Apostle. Under church visibility, is this the team that does, there are those small creative clips that are done and shared on TikTok, on statuses to invite people? Is it this one or is it media?
That too, you could call it that. But this is where it needs to be a little more intentional. Because social media is social media. How about people? So, for example, signposts. What are those things? Teardrop banners. You know, people think that a teardrop banner is for information purposes. So the location will buy exactly one and put it somewhere and say, by now you know we are around. It's different when you have them from a long way off, so that they are communicating that there is something celebratory in a neighborhood. You get what I'm saying? That's why when even the beer guys, when they are going to do their thing, they don't put one. You sit here, drop banners from dozens to dozens. You're like, do we need all this to know that you are launching beer? No, they are trying to affect the way you think about them. They are announcing a strong presence. Now, what you don't want your church to project a weak presence in the community. You don't want people to feel like they can overrun you, they can go to the LC one and they shut you down. No, you have to project a strength. Yeah, people should have a certain level of respect and fear for your church. And love also. So there was a time, I'm not saying try this at home, but there was a time when was it? Christmas. Those days when I used to work with Jackie Ruti Kabuye. I told her we bought supplies, not surprise, supplies. Yeah, like rice, things, and sent the whole Nalia neighborhood. Each house, we sent them a package. Yeah. All those Muslim women down there, they know we exist. All of them. And you reap what you sow. Yeah. You see, the Bible says that if I do good to you, and then you do evil to me, the curse shall come upon your house. Yeah. So my role is to be good to you, whatever religion. That's one way of being of creating visibility. Yeah. 30K per package. Nicely done. Yeah? 3 million shillings. Those are 100 packages. 15 million. Those are 500 packages. 15 million can get you to 500 homes. With an invitation for service and service times in there. Like that. Now, you have to lead. If you just sit there and say, people don't come to our church, why should they come? They don't even know whether you're good people or not. You, because you belong to the church, you think everyone thinks that you assume everyone knows that you're a good person because you know you're a good person. No. People have been told the craziest things about the church. In COVID, we fed the whole Nalia, all of it. From that time, the chairman, LC1, he cannot do anything, whatever. He just, have waste. Oh yes, he swears by have waste. Government yaleta mere fetete yatuka wano. Emmere yakomeri mu kireka. Bavest be batuliisa wano ekyalo kyonna. So look at yourself as a pastor of that community. Because why should God entrust you with a strong church if you don't take responsibility for the community? Yeah. See, that's why you collect tithe every week. So that can be part of visibility strategy. It's just how you care for the community. Yeah. Yes.
Apostle, a follow-up question. So does anakazo fall under visibility or
Anakazo is anakazo. You see there? Anakazo. Visibility. So Anakaso can help with visibility, but it may not. Visibility needs to be a much wider scope. It could include a billboard. A billboard will definitely increase your visibility. Yeah.
Another question, Apostle.
Yes.
Where would you put the translators for us who do translation? Under media or the preacher?
Translators.
Yeah. Into other languages. Swahili, Luganda. During the service.
Yeah, you see now you're talking about things that are not location-based. Yeah, that's a completely different problem. Those are your problems of online media team, which is not a location issue. Yeah, because the people at Nakawa are not having translation issues to other locations.
Yes, Apostle, talking about the visibility, probably. So one of the things I've noticed that the signposts that lead to our church, when the fonts are very small. And yes. So I'm thinking that if we, for example, when we were going to Ginger, when we were doing the preparations, the border guys were like, hey, the Manyeno warehouse. Yes, that's what they had in mind. They were not aware of the church. But if we had like some very huge signposts with quite attractive colors and big fonts.
Now you say it, actually, I was looking at our Chitukwe signpost here. And I was like, would this signpost get me to turn? Now, the signpost team is here. Because when they are designing, the laptop is 1 foot away from their eyes. So they assume that that's the experience in real life, which is not the case. So we need to completely redesign all our signposts because the colors are not attractive, the fonts are small, you can hardly see anything. So it only works for people looking for it. If you are looking for worship harvest, the signpost will help you. If you are not looking for it, it can't help you. It's not attractive. It's too conservative. And we need to be more radical than that. Go ahead at the back there.
Thank you, Apostle. I'm taking us back a little bit to, I think it's an intersection between word and worship team. I think I've heard you once say that the location pastor, the lead location pastor, is the lead worshiper, leads the worship team. And I wanted to hear a little more about that because I think very many times the location pastor is independent of the worship team.
No, the location pastor leads the worship team because they are the lead worshiper at the location. They do that by developing the worship team. They themselves may not be. Whatever, if you look at the dedication of the temple, Solomon was leading the service, even though he was not a priest and he was not a musician. But there were people who had been trained to do the job. So think systems. In all thy thinking, think systems. Because then you start saying, now do I have to be musical? No, you don't have to be. Think systems. Amen. It will help you. One of the things you could do, position a phone nicely on a what? A stand and record your whole service from somewhere where there will be not too many interruptions. And then go and watch it.
It's difficult.
Yeah. Just record and watch. And then do some evaluation. Yes, let's go.
My question is a cross between social media and garage visibility. With the number of different events that happen, like if you have a praise rally, then there's TCG, there's... So how well, like, because sometimes you might want to say, we are posting today, we are posting tomorrow, we are posting. How often should the artwork keep changing? For example, every Sunday, there's you join us for service, what's up. And then also there's things like that are basically always happening, like fireplace, TCG, and what.
Look.
So how often should the artwork keep changing?
I don't know. You decide what works for you. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Every church has to decide. Of course, your Sunday service is your flagship program. That's where you want most people to come. Because when they come to the Sunday service, then they will go to the missional community. Then they will join a fireplace group. Then they will join a worship team. So your priority is the Sunday service. So no one should work against the Sunday service. Don't do anything that takes away from the Sunday service. In terms of, it's the pull. Why? Because we are in a culture where people are religious. They attach Sunday to church and God. So that's where you get them started before they realize that God is for every day, not only Sunday. So use your Sunday service as the funnel, the wider side of the funnel, and then funnel people into other things. It doesn't mean you can't use other systems. Yeah. So social media, etc. Special events. Sometimes you can pick, and we used to do these things together. But now the challenge is that the movement has gone to a place where if you're waiting for someone to tell you what to do, their problems are different. It's up to you to decide that, wait a minute. There is what? Independence. Let's do an independence-themed Sunday. Everyone invite one another. There are people who used to come because of it, because we used to celebrate Uganda Sunday. But now we are in many countries, so we can't do celebrate Uganda Sunday. The people in Kenya need to do celebrate Kenya Sunday. The people in Germany need to do Germany Day Sunday, whatever it is. Do you get what I'm saying? So you have to contextualize for where you are and maximize the opportunity to get people into the church. And that is no longer a centralized function. If your pastor is waiting for someone to tell them about what, back to school anointing service, no one is going to tell you. It's up to you to decide. I think most of our children go a week earlier, so we'll do it a week earlier. There's not going to be like a central thing that there's back to school. All we know, there is garage. You cannot not have it. That's it. What you do with it, that's up to you.
Apostle, thank you so much. My question is around where does the retention system fit within our system?
Retention and follow-up. So this is not garage. That's not garage systems. Now you're going into connection systems. So there's always sort of a gap between up and in. And that's where there is a little bit of a hig-hagger across the whole church. Yeah, we haven't, I wish I could tell you we have fixed it. It's not fixed. There is a lot of people falling in that hole. Yeah, but right now, we are saying, let's fix garage. And I'm going to tell you why. Most worship harvest locations are not set up to get 1,000 people attending. Most. Yeah. On a good day, only 2 locations can get more than 1,000 people attending. Gayaza and Nalia. And until we fix it, yeah, we'll be spending more energy than returns. So we need to quickly push at least 10 locations to have minimum 1,000 people. Yeah, if we get, okay, even if 5 locations, 1,000. 10 locations, 500. 20 locations, 300. 40 locations, 200. And about another, all the rest at 100. It will help us a lot. Yeah, because right now we are operating at a loss in terms of loss of opportunity. When you have a building that can sit 1,000 people and you have 400 people in it, imagine the cost of, if you were renting a space where you sit 600 people a Sunday, that's how much you're losing every week. The unused space. Because that space was built with money, it has to be cleaned, it has to be maintained, etc. So, and why are we not filling the buildings? Because our systems are weak. We are running like Pop and Mom shop, where the pastor, now that they call us Papa and Mama, it's even worse. We have really taken on Papa and Mama status instead of thinking as an engineer who is there to build a system that can work. So that's what I'm trying to fix. That's why I did call everyone. Because the person with the party box, you start telling them about 6 lights. First of all, they will feel it so unfair that you have 6 lights when we have a party box and a screen. Yeah, the party box has lights. So yeah, and then, so that's why I call these top locations, because I believe you have an opportunity to get there, but using process-based thinking. You can't just jump from here to there. It's a process, but if you are not constantly working the process to say, every 6 weeks, something changed. Every 6 weeks. Something changed that added 50 people. Or that added 30 people, whatever number you want. And then you are consistent with it. And you know, we've added, look, because some of you are into mobilizing. One Sunday you're at 500. The next Sunday you're at 300. You know, what happened? I would rather you add 10 people that you'll never lose. And we know we've grown. Then you push. In 6 weeks, you add another 10 people you'll never lose. Or monthly. If you added 10 people you will never lose every month, that's 120 people in a year. Your location will go from 200 to 320. You go from yellow to green in 1 year. And then when the numbers are bigger, you are able to add more people because now your systems have grown. So that's how I want us to think until we have at least 5 locations with 1,000, 10 locations with 500 minimum, 20 locations with 300, 40 locations with 200, and about 70 locations with 100, while we fight with the whites. No, whites, not Bazungu. There is a color system. There's a color coding system, which I hope you are aware of. Okay.
Apostle.
Yes, Pastor Florence, go ahead.
Thank you
now,
so much.
This way, that way, that way, that way, here, there, and then we move.
Okay, thank you so much, Apostle. Mine is more a request.
Yes.
About the registration team on the Harvest Kids. If you would allow shares how it is done in Nalia.
Contact Pastor Lynette, where is she? She's done in charge of children's church across the movement. If you haven't had a training, push for one. And then they will give you all those things. The file, everything is there. You just, because I don't know how it is done. I just know it is done.
Apostle?
Yes.
I'm here. With regards to visibility and location, is it a good idea to put, so like a Ginger, it's so well located within the community. And when we're going to have the victory night, I kept thinking, can we just stand speakers like the guys on Sunday who are doing praise and worship and we could hear them from wherever they were? So I kept wondering, is it a bad idea, even for us as downtown? I know there's like city rules.
Yeah, it's not a good idea. You can actually end up turning people off and they become very annoyed with you.
I see.
Yeah, that's why there are rules to govern those things. Yeah, you just have to imagine you live in the neighborhood. Would you be pleased?
Okay, no.
That's what would turn you off to never go to that church. So try and keep everything in. And there's a way of letting people know you're around without annoying them. Okay, let's go.
Yes, Apostle, I would like to ask about the communication policy and specifically the social media pages. While the movement has social media pages, can locations create their own social media pages? And if so, what procedures need to be followed in order to make sure we do not misuse them?
Now, we are not yet. The keyword being yet. I know at some point we are going to have to, but we are not yet at the level where every location can have their own social media or even stream their own services. Because everything that goes out in the name of the ministry has legal implications. Yeah, someone can say something dumb and then we are fighting fires the rest of the year instead of doing what we are supposed to be doing. Because they didn't think through what they were saying, or they were very excited, or anything is possible. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, but I feel like at some point, we have to take it bit by bit. So for example, Instagram. Yeah? Instagram seems safe enough to me because really pictures. I feel like locations maybe should open Instagram pages. But they should be careful how they go about it, because if it's personalized, someone is done with the codes and the passwords, then the pastor says something that they don't like, then they disappear with the password. But the thing is in the name of your location. Strange things happen in this life. Yeah, all my stories are true. So I noticed that Worship Harvest Nairobi has a very active Instagram page, and Germany. So I think we can copy them. Let's agree with the clearance of your network leader. Yeah, because there are certain locations. We need some time and training. But once, I feel like network leaders should be involved. Once a network leader thinks this location can manage the Instagram page well, then let's start that as a test case. Then later we can say, oh, Instagram worked well, let's try this. Yeah, X what. But I'm very sensitive about preaching.
Yeah.
The content is out there. Worship Harvest is on it. Someone says something. Because even when I'm just in other settings, people say things like, why is it saying that? Like, that's supposed to be a private conversation. But anyway, there was a...
Thank you, Apostle.
Pastor Angela first, then we'll get to you.
Apostle, question and a comment on social media. The way I think about social media, without you having your own page, is that if every member at your location is on Instagram, it means that Worship Harvest Downtown has 1,000 social media pages.
Oh yes, that's a good way to think about it.
Because there are 1,000 people talking about the location. It's going out there. Yeah, because sometimes if you limit it to one thing, then maybe people might not talk about it too much. But then every location has as many social media pages as the number of people who are posting. The question I have, Apostle, when I think about Worship Harvest Nalia and Worship Harvest Ginger, I was trying to think there are some locations that are sort of like on a hill. I thought about the Sheraton logo and how I see it at night. Would it spoil the building if beyond the signpost
you put something up
on
there?
The building, yes.
It's something worth thinking about. It's something I've thought about. Sometimes you're thinking about too many things. You're thinking security, you're thinking, sometimes even though you want people to see you, sometimes you almost be like, you want people to see you without seeing you. It's like there are so many considerations. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, a church building is a home of a congregation. At the end of the day, the church building is a home of a congregation. So you are trying to work all those different aspects. Can it continue being a safe home for congregation while trying to open up to new people without you going all out and putting a red thing up there, worship others, ministries? So I don't know. Yeah. Just know, I keep thinking. But
all right, thank you, Apostle, for the opportunity.
Dr. Nachi has been waiting to go first then.
Thank you so much, Apostle.
Sorry, I'm so sorry that I've interrupted you guys, but she was standing before. But you're next after her.
Okay, thank you, Apostle. My question goes out to Pastor Ruth Ma. She said very many things and very many good things. And I was wondering if there is any book or literature or somewhere where we can read and gather some of the
Pastor
information.
Ruthma, you've just received an assignment.
I'm going to work on it with Pastor Jeremy.
Once people start putting other people in, then they want to say, they want to have someone else to blame when it hasn't come out.
No, Apostle.
Let's go ahead.
Okay. Sharon from Worshiper vs. Wairaka.
AKA
Yes.
Nogole.
My question comes from where you talked about a church doing something for the community. And I remember during COVID, we, as a church, they were giving some food to the community, like the people in the community, and that came with growth in the church. And when that came, like when that slowed, and maybe when we're not giving out food because people are now working and all that, there was some reduction in the attendance of garage. And like, what can you deal with? How can you deal with that? Whereby people come sometimes because they are receiving something, and forgetting that God can provide for them, even like not looking at what they will get from the church, but looking at what God can do for them. Like, what can you do so that they're not coming for what they are receiving?
Oh yes, Jesus faced similar challenges. He said, "Eat my flesh, drink my blood." And then they all forsook him. Technical team, is there a reason why the lights have gone off again? We want a better feeling than this. Yeah, honestly, I think sometimes it is, for example, a healing service. It will bring a lot of people, but retaining them, that's a different thing. So I think those can be used as funnel ends. And then when people come, then you try and get them into discipleship to see if they stick. But at the same time, it is worth doing for its own sake. Because the Bible commands us to love our neighbors, whether they will stick or not. Yeah. So it's worth doing just for the sake of doing it. It shouldn't become a thing of, I only come to this church because I'm being fed. No. First of all, there will always be people who are like that. You'll never finish them. But those should not, like when you're generous with people, there will always be people who make you feel like you made a mistake to be generous, but it should never stop you from being generous. Yeah, that's what I would say. Yes, this is the last question.
Thank you, Apostle.
The second last question, then we'll go there.
All right. Thank you, Apostle. Mine is on the Anakazo.
Oh, yes.
I was requesting if you could paint a picture of what a fully developed Anakazo team looks like, what systems are in there.
Why didn't they bring Georgia? Is she here? Oh, she's not.
Maybe just to add, we spoke with Georgia Nalule from Nalia.
Yeah.
And she gave us some really good pointers, handling the team.
Whatever she
mapping
told
out the
you.
area.
Well, that is what Anakazo is all about. Yeah,
Yes.
She's Miss Anakazo herself. Uh-huh.
Yes, so we are following closely, but I wanted to paint a picture. Maybe 2 years from now, what would an Akazo look like
You see me
across the
here.
movement?
I'm not thinking that far. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know how I formed that team? I posted a link on, I just said, I think we were in Ghana, and Bishop Doug was talking about these things of visibility, what. Actually, I wasn't teaching about that. I was listening to a message of his. I was taking a prayer walk. I just created a WhatsApp group called Anakazo, shared the link on Movers and Shakers. I said, all those who want to join Anakazo, they joined, and I told them, you're starting on Sunday. And they started. I didn't appoint a leader. The leader emerged. Now, from between June and now, they've invited 550 people to Garage. So, when you go from Georgia to me, you have gone down several levels. Yeah. Talking to me about Anakazo, it's like you've left P7 and now you're in P3. So Georgia is the standard. Yeah.
Thank you, Apostle.
And she's even doing Anakazo trainings on Zoom for your location. You want training? She can train your Anakazo team on Zoom. She's very good. I hope you give her an offering. Some of you,
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Thank you, Apostle. My name is Joanne from Worship Harvest, Busega.
Come on now.
So how do you
You're
handle...
smart,
Thank
for
you,
starters.
Apostle. How do you handle transition or succession planning within the systems? Because we are a very a dynamic church, and people plant churches almost every day. So we've seen, yes, we do discipleship, but we've seen you get that shaking after people have planted. So how do you handle?
I'm like this. Maka. We are going to talk about that in the next, is that in the next session? In the last session. Think we can do it? Okay.
Thank you.
Now, please, allow me not to take any more questions. At your team, at your table, pick out of the 7 garage systems. Pick it 2. 2 like a what? Because I think more than 2 is too many. Even 2 is too many. But pick 2 that you are going to improve at your location and come up with a clear improvement plan. How much time do you need? 30 minutes? 30 minutes. Let's go.
Which one had the illustrator? Which had the illustrator? Why go for a list? Illustrating what? It shouldn't.
It's fun. It's fun in the wheel.
First you're going to choose one, then Rema will also choose one. That she thinks we should. I don't know the rating. Because you can do your rating. Let them stay there. Invitation system. Invitation systems.
Let each one tell us their two, and then we'll pick. Okay. No, Pastor Jonah, what are your two?
Mama, me, I'm ready. Invitation systems and venue systems.
Which are your two? Have you got your two? Have you got your two?
Invitation. Invitation and
get you, Pastor John.
Invitation. Invitation and technology systems.
Oh, yes. Have we decided on what to improve? The good thing is you are from the same location. You can continue with this conversation on Sunday morning, Friday night. No, Friday night, no, we have leaders camp night. Next week. But is it helping? Okay. Where have you gained clarity as a team? Now I need to hear only from team leaders, pastors. Where have you gained clarity as a team that shows you something that you can clearly do something about?
Thank
on
you,
the team
Apostle.
leaders. Let's go.
Here at our table, I gained clarity on the invitation team because we had just narrowed it down to the Anakazo team. But thinking about...
Wait, there's still discussions going on. Please stop the discussions. Let's listen in. You will have time on Zoom after MC Live tonight. I mean, who knows? Let's go.
Yes, I was saying that we gained clarity on the invitation team as opposed to thinking about it just as an Anakazo team. We've decided to get someone in charge of Anakazo, someone in charge of busing, someone in charge of visibility, and created the Worship Harvest Makere invitation team where those team leaders are just now.
Kaluba.
Yeah.
So basically, when you're looking at garage,
yes.
So this is what's so much fun if you think about it. Because sometimes you look at a location as a small thing. We are talking of only garage. And garage alone has 7 systems. And each key systems, and each system has multiple teams, like 8 teams. So a system 7 times 8 is what? 56. Okay. So in others you can have 50 teams for only garage. We haven't gone up. We are this whole day we have been discussing up systems. Up, in, out. That's the way to go. Up, in, out, multiply the mission. We are only talking up systems. If we go to in systems, and then out systems, and then next generation systems, and then administration organizational systems, because every location has 7 cabinet positions. Garage is just 1 cabinet position. So when you point to me and say, this is my leader of garage, this is the garage pastor, the up pastor, they should be leading at least 50 teams under them with 7 systems. Now when it's a person who can only chew and walk without falling, are you starting to understand when we talk about a worship harvest location? So when you say this is the garage coordinator, do they know who the invitation team is under the garage pastor, not under the location pastor? So everyone needs to quickly grow up in your leadership. Because then the location pastor might fall sick from trying to run all these teams.
Yeah.
The location pastor is like a CEO. Because just venue systems. To say this is the facilities manager. clarity. Yes.
Thank you so much, Apostle, for the opportunity to discuss. What came out clearly as the number one issue at our location was gate. Everyone was like, "Tutandikirao."
Guest experience.
Guest experience team.
Yeah.
Because of non-consistency in leadership. Today, maybe this person is leading. Tomorrow, this one is leading. Because the other maybe got some mood swings, stuff like that. Someone got the toe is hurting, and then they have to go to the hospital. Hey, is that funny? Yes. You know, people don't come to church because of mood swings. Okay. You're hearing for the first time. So that's what we're trying to fix as a team. Yeah, today. That we're going to get a leader and I'll be personally involved.
We need mchaka for WhatsApp harvest teams. You all go to Chimaka there. They take off your clothes, you wear fatigues, and then you first run the whole day until you repent of mood swings.
Yes. And the second thing is, was on the worship team. The worship team system. The leader, thankfully she's here, she has really, really, really good plans out of this training. And she has started implementing some by creating...
Is that the worship
team? Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Come on now.
I am sure in the next 2 to 3 months, we are going to have a very, very extremely vibrant worship team.
Feeding the stage from the other side to the other side. Okay, let's go quickly. Pastor Julius, and then Pastor Isaac.
Thank you so much, Apostle. I apologize, I was using a mic from a 360 something building. But I have a cathedral mic now with me. I now have a cathedral mic, Apostle, so I can go ahead. Thank you very much.
Hurry up.
Apostle, you've always been out pushing us to grow our mechanics. And I think it has been...
And you are not understanding where they are going to
exactly.
go. What are they all going to do?
Like a guest experience, I think the maximum number we've had is around 15. It has been very difficult in the sense that, okay, it's a guest experience, 15 people, they seem to do the work very well. But today, yes, they seem to. But today we are discussing, and we already have, first of all, 9 teams. And we have 9 leaders before the members. If we just add 2 per team, we'll have 27. That has given us a lot of clarity.
Can I suggest something?
Yes, sir.
I think Pastor Kathy and Pastor Steve should do an online
yes.
guest experience, team leaders training. Not your teams. You train your teams yourself. But the team leaders. Right? Yeah, they will tell you, you see, these are important people. They will tell you when they are available. Yours is you have to adjust to when they can do it.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much, Apostle. That has helped a lot. The second one is on Harvest Kids. Nalia has 56 people who served on the team last Sunday.
Our leader is Pastor Lydia, and she's over there. Can you stand up for recognition? How many people on the team all together? You know the ones in children's church, they are more advanced than these ones.
Altogether, there are 114, but on average, we have 60 serving.
Wow. Let's continue. Because they shouldn't serve every Sunday. You have to create a rota.
Yes. I checked with Nalia just using the statistics. I immediately realized with the highest numbers that we've had in Harvest Kids at our location, we needed 18 people serving, minimum. And I think we've had around a maximum of 6 people. Now I understand why the numbers of the kids coming to church has been up and down. So that has helped a lot. Thank you very much.
Well, they came, they missed biscuit, so they didn't come back. Now I'm going to take on one more comment, then I need to share something important, and then we need to go into a quick lunch break. And then we'll come back and attack one little thing. And if we succeed with it, I can go into a little bit of the in systems. Because I don't know when the next 9th October is going to come. And maybe in a year's time. So if I'm trying to cover as much as possible this year. About Kingdom Advancers Network. So many take a mics.
Check. Thank you, Apostle. So today, with my team, I got to discover the reason why the retention rate at the location is low. Simply because we've not been engaging people that come in. We didn't know exactly what to give them as roles to do at the location. Now, when I look at what we have here, guest experience alone, we have 36 people that we are going to be putting guest experience. They are sitting in church and they're not doing anything. So I want to thank you, Apostle, because we worked on guest experience and invitation. Thank you so much.
All right, let me answer a question that Onyaito Deke asked without asking. And then I'm going to try and answer a question that someone asked without asking also somewhere, which is building the teams. Okay. Pastor Noah Bale Samvo, how many times have I come to Chitukutre to build your team? None at all. I've never come to recruit your guest experience team, Pastor. Nothing. Okay? No, I'm going to make a point. Stay with me. Why are you suspicious? The mistake pastors make, the pastor wants to build the guest experience team, and then build the worship team, and build the security team, and build the facility team, and build the Harvest Kids team, and build the tech team, and build the preaching team, and build the invitation team, and build the Anakakazo team, and build the TCJ team, and build the Movers and Shakers team, and build the YXP team, and build the Catchers team, and build the sitters, the sound team, the joy dispensers, the projection, social media, line leaders, switcher, prayer team, fireplace team, head counters. Have you lost count already? How do you build a team? You appoint the leader. The leader builds the team. If they are incapable of building the team, you fire them. Yeah, because they shouldn't be leading. No one should lead the team they cannot recruit and develop. No one has the divine right to be there in a suit. Someone recruits a team, trains it for you, and then brings it to you and says, behold your team. That will never happen. So why do you have few teams? Because you are trying to lead them. Even though we have the best children's church team, I think, in the world, I hold the record as the pastor who has never been to children's church in the last 18 years, not even once. Why? if you want to see the anointing disappear, put me in a room with children and say, to teach them something. You'll just see the anointing will vanish. And so will the children. And the hope is we all come out alive. Am I making sense? So now that your pastor brought you here, the assumption is that you are one of the systems leaders. Now, the systems person should appoint the leaders of the teams. You see, in leadership, either you are being hired or fired. And it all depends on your ability to build your own teams. The reason I asked Pastor Noah is because ask yourself, how do these locations come up with all this? I didn't recruit them. If I say I'm going to plant a location, if we are going to plant a worship association, then I have to come and recruit your people, then train them, then what? Then what are we doing? That means you are not the leader, I'm the leader. What makes you a leader is the ability to recruit, train, and deploy a team. Leaders don't do things. Leaders raise people who do things. You are not a leader because you can welcome guests and they feel welcome. You are a leader because you can raise a team that can welcome guests. And the more advanced your leadership, the farther from the action you actually are. Are we still together? So when the pastor is there saying, it doesn't work. It means you just have the wrong people around you. The pastor should be several levels above the operation level of the church, the location pastor. Because look, we have this. So you see that garage alone, you technically have, realistically, about 50 people leading, each a team. Yeah. The worship team alone should have like 8 teams or 12 teams, depending on how you look at it. On the media team, cameras, like video cameras, is a team. Still pictures is a team. Lights is a team. House sound is a team. Online sound is a team. All those are teams. Okay. Are we together? Yes. So how do you build a team? Leaders build teams. A leader at this level should not go one level below to build a team. You only build the team below you. And the people there should figure out how to build their team. You can train them how to build the team like I'm here training you. But they have to build it because leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. If a person cannot recruit, let me repeat myself. If a person cannot recruit, equip, and deploy, the word is read. You can't equip people who are not there. A team starts by being recruited. Did I ever recruit anyone on security? No. Recruit, equip, deploy. That's what leaders do. Anything short of that, you have pretenders, not leaders. Okay. Any questions before that? Oh, I promised lunch. Do you still want it? Any questions before we go into the lunch break? Because I want us to come back. I want us to touch a little bit of the overall system, the in-system especially, because I believe Without it, we're cooked, man. Okay. We are in a break for 25 minutes. At 2:47, coming to 2:50, I will start. There will be no hype session. There will be no worship session. I will just start. You're blessed. I've given you 7 systems, but there are more. There are more. These are basic. You people, if I find you talking, I'm going to take your phone. And then I will take it. And I will find a campuser who's looking for a phone and give it to them. Then they will reconfigure it. Yeah. We will force you to put your thumb so that it opens or something, whatever. Your face will be like this. Okay. While in the break, Pastor James asked me about Luganda Garage. Then it occurred to me that that's its own system. Local language system. Then he asked me about YXP. Then it occurred to me that's its own system. So now those are 9 systems, not 7. Because if you say now you're going to bring Uganda Garage worship under the worship team systems, it's not going to work. So Uganda Garage needs to be its own system. The same way you have children's Harvest Kids systems. You have Uganda Garage systems with worship team, guest experience, tech, etc. Are we together? Same with YXP. So because it's like a sort of a smaller version of this. Is it making sense? What a match. What a systems. All right. Now I'm going to go a little bit higher. Exodus 18:21. We are going to conclude shortly. One, 2, 3, we read. Moreover, able men, fear God, hating covetousness, over them to be rulers of 50s and rulers of 10s. Deuteronomy 1:15. Deuteronomy 1:15, 1, 2. So I took the heads of your tribes, wise and knowledgeable men, made them heads over you, leaders of thousands, leaders of hundreds, leaders of 50s, and leaders of 10s. Now in Worship Harvest, currently, we designate network leaders as leaders of thousands. Location pastors as leaders of hundreds. Zonal pastors as leaders of 50s, and MC shepherds as leaders of 10s. Now please mark the plural nature. So don't say, you mean a network leader has 1,000? No, thousands. Our current ideal network configuration is 7,000. According to the current system, we feel like we've set up Worship Harvest in a way that a network should be able to carry 7,000 disciples. Currently, it may change. So, until we are having networks that are clipping the 7,000 and then they are failing to grow because the systems are unable to sustain more than 7,000, we are going to stick with that. And then leaders of hundreds. That's location pastors. Our vision currently for a location is it should be able to take 1,000 people. And I'll clarify on that. And then we have leaders of 50s. Those are zonal pastors. So a zonal pastor, so basically whatever you see, that's the lower side, the lower end. So when we say leaders of thousands, a network should at worst, what? It should have at least 1,000 people. A network. For it to be called a network. Because it's leaders of thousands. So you go from 1,000 up to wherever, 55,000, 100,000, I don't know. Now, leaders of hundreds, meaning that a location should at least have 100 people. We may not be able to plant it with 100, but a location that's below 100 is an emergency location that needs to get to 100 ASAPest. Leaders of 50s, those are zones. So a zone with less than 50 people is an emergency zone. And leaders of 10s, an MC with less than 10 is an emergency MC. Are we together? These are in systems. These are discipleship configurations and structures. Okay? Wow. I appreciate your understanding of these things. Now, let's start with locations. Then we'll go down to zones and MCs. Or do you want us to start with MCs? Because today we are focusing on locations. Now, worship harvest locations exist to launch and equip, and deploy missional communities. That's it. If you ever ask yourself, why have we planted a location there? It's to equip and deploy missional communities. Why? Because in Worship Harvest, our strategic vehicle for ministry is the missional community. So, how do you know a location pastor has failed in his or her duties? The absence of healthy missional community. In Worship Harvest, even if you had a PGA of 800, but you have 10 missional communities, you're going to be fired from leading in the church because it means you're bringing in another religion into the church. Because for us, we are about discipleship. And we know that this zunging that people do between churches, it's all because they don't have families of discipleship where they can be equipped, they can be loved, they can be rebuked. Have you ever wondered why people like large churches where they are anonymous in the system? So that when they are fornicating, no one can rebuke them. Because such settings are very good for the flesh. Look, don't scare me, okay? I'm not the one who decided that 9th October should be on a Wednesday. Are you understanding? Yeah, people like those spaces where, Jesus light, no one is holding you accountable. No one is asking you, where is your land title? You say, land what? Title. Like what? Title. Yeah, how can you be there? I'm a child of the blessing of Abraham. Who was promised lands, but you have none? Why are people this side being quiet? Is it that they don't have land titles? Today is Pastor Stewart's anniversary. Of course, with Pastor Liz, he cannot have an anniversary by himself. You are blessed. Are you understanding? So, at Worship Harvest, it is all about missional communities. So all these things we went through in the first session, garage systems, where are we suffering with all those things? To create an environment in which someone can walk in not knowing that in 6 months there will be a zonal pastor. They think they've gone to church. Oh, that church is nice. The choir, the lights, the people, the hugs, the existence. They don't know. Even you, aren't you surprised? She refused. What role are you? At Matuga. Kavule, and they are about to plant. Naenga biatandi kana worship team. We exist to equip and deploy missional communities. You know, when there's an MC in some neighborhood, in a school, in a classroom, in a hostel, on a floor, now you know you're about to start succeeding in kingdom work. Because that's what Jesus sent us to do, to make disciples, not to pull crowds. And if you have disciples, crowds will come. Yeah. You cannot be having... Have you heard of discipleship impact assessment? You have 187 disciples on your DIA. But you are believing God for 1,000 PGA. What kind of witchcraft? Magic, what magic? What magic are you working toward this? Are you together? Are we together? So, in Worship Harvest, it's all about MCs. The more, the merrier. You don't say, I didn't tell you. Now, in order to be able to do this, the location pastor has to have a cabinet that runs the church. Do you want me to tell you about the cabinet? But I've written many things here, but I want to keep it very real. I feel like many people may have questions. But anyway, so the essential thing is the missional communities. The more you deploy, the better. And so because it has to be a firm structure, the more MCs you have to have more zones to contain the MCs. And once your zones start to become many, you start creating districts. We've been doing a lot of research into MCs at Worship Harvest, and we've realized that our MC average attendance is 5.5. 5.5 people attending. Membership is different from attendance. But 5.5. Okay, Pastor B3, help me forward the current DIA to Pastor Vera, who's going to show us something. Now, while they prepare it, let me run through this. So, the first person on a location leadership team is the location lead pastor. Yeah, LLP. When you hear that, that's location lead pastor. Is the overall leader and responsible for discipling the zonal pastors directly and MC shepherds, as well as providing overall leadership at the location, both organic and organizational. The growth and multiplication of teams, MCs, and disciples at the location is the location lead pastor's responsibility. Chiri clear? Location lead pastor, they are the leader of the business unit called the location. Now, under them, they will have a celebration or an up pastor. This one is responsible for the growth and teams that serve at garage, as well as being in charge of services and events at the location. They execute growth strategies and development and deployment of garage teams, which we spent the first part of today discussing. Any questions? So when they want to meet their whole team, they call the team leaders of all these many teams. No, the 50. We have to enjoy ourselves. So when they say you are in charge of celebration at a location, if your capacity, if you cannot handle 50 teams through other leaders, you can't do it. Sanchu. Connection or in pastor is responsible for the launching, multiplication, and development of MCs and zones. They organize the training of missional community shepherds and zonal pastors. They are in charge of assimilating garage attendees into MCs. They also oversee pastoral care at the location. Are you? What's going on? It's not hot. You think it's hot? I'm down making it hot. So the connection pastor, because traditionally it has looked like nothing is going to go on with Oikos until the location pastor steps in. Wrong. Wrong. Wrong times 10. So at Worship Harvest Nadia, Pastor Quaker runs most of the connection-related things. Even when I go for MC leaders training, I go as a guest. They even give me a seed when I go. Yes. You see, you as the location pastor, you'll get a headache for nothing if you don't implement these systems. Yeah. What is it that I can teach those people that Pastor Quaker can't teach them? We are reading the same books, Building a Discipling Culture, Bishop Doug, so why can't he teach them? He's in charge of Oikos. So mine is to ask for how things are going, how many more MCs do you want to plant in this month? Like that, like that. And he has done a good job. And you know why he's not here? Because one of our shepherds lost her husband. And the burial is today. So he has gone with some zonal pastors for the funeral, for the burial in Masaka. They call that systems that work. Now you may call me a bad person, but actually I have not been able to go and be with the family yet. I'll go and visit when they are back. But in this season, so it would mean me not being here for this training because I've gone for a burial, where I will just sit there ceremonially to observe what's going on. So people are so happy. Oh, the pastor of worship has come. Meanwhile, your locations are remaining small. Those are the leadership decisions you are going to have to make in the future. Either to look good or do what God sent you to do. Kavule, right? This boy, I need air. I feel the heat here. Someone open those doors. Because even though we have not had lunch, people can surprise you by starting to close their eyes involuntarily. Are you now seeing the clarity? You see this may not be the situation now. You may find, now tomorrow when your location pastor comes and tries to fix something, don't say, hey, this is under the app, pastor. Why are you telling us to also do that? Because you're still dumb. So that's why she still has to be involved herself. You may see your location pastor in the MC leadership. I thought they said this is supposed to be the in pastor that's training. Yeah. You need to improve your intelligence before you talk. Because systems take time to build. The in pastor they thought would train is not filled by the Holy Spirit properly. Or the Holy Spirit has not yet affected their thinking and intelligence. Now, I'm not talking about your location. If you're feeling bad, I'm talking about your location. What a shock. Out pastor. This is the commission pastor. The commission pastor or the out pastor is responsible for the evangelism, frontier activity, and outreaches at the location. They execute the location evangelism strategy, as well as specific missions and community outreaches and campaigns. The commission pastor also oversees baptisms and follow-up of new believers at the location. Do you know why all your new believers disappeared? You don't have an out pastor. Someone asked about it, I've answered. So all these zonal crusades, that's the out pastor. You've not heard of zonal crusades? Yeah, every zone is going to have crusades. At least once a quarter. Hey. Now location pastors are rejoicing. You wait. You don't know that you have to have a competent out pastor for it to happen. You have one already. Eh? Alakama zibrege. You know, at the end of the day, it will surprise you the potential people carry but have never been given the opportunity to lead. Or they are told you're leading, but then they are being told what to do. No. If you're leading, you're leading. Are we there? Anybody there? How many have I told you? The location lead pastor, the app, the celebration pastor, the connection pastor, the commission pastor. Are those enough? Why is Mrs. K looking at me as if they're enough? Next gen pastor is responsible for the discipleship of children, teenagers, young adults. They oversee youth movement, youth programs such as Harvest Kids, the Christ Generation, Catalyze, Movers and Shakers, as well as YXP. Their overall goal is to make sure that the youth are mobilized, discipled, and deployed to lead at the location. To lead at the location. Not to be led, to lead at the location. Antoinette, I greet you. Are we together? Is this making sense? You know, these things, they're already there. So, for example, at a good location, there will be the Christ Generation with a leader. The leader has to have his own or her own teams that do Christianization. There will be YXP, they have to have their own teams. There will be Catalyst in a nearby or far away university. It has to have their own teams. There will be movers and shakers. They have to have their own teams. Children's church always has confused us because, is it under garage? Is it under this? So it's a shared responsibility because of the sensitivity of the matter. In case one side drops the ball, the other side picks it up. But we cannot afford to lose children. So, you find that the next gen pastor has all these things, dockets running. And I'm going to say something about it. There's something I'm going to say something about. Yes. If you allow me. Remind me when I've finished the 7. Okay, that's next gen. Now, are you saying that now it can't be just someone you found hanging around because they wanted to use the free Wi-Fi at the church? Then you're like, you're the next gen pastor. I mean, the person is surprised. Jesus is surprised. Satan is surprised. The members are surprised. What a surprise. Surprise. Next this is a new role. Leadership Development Pastor is responsible for the training and equipping of ministers at the location for every role and to ensure that each leadership, ministry, and shepherding role has at least 3 generations of well-trained and skilled leaders. What do I mean? You're the drummer. You are the what? There must be another drummer behind you. You must have an apprentice. Additionally, you must have another 3rd apprentice who is at least 10 years younger than you. Or you can do your age 5 younger than you and then 10 younger than you. But I'm willing at the start to allow for you, someone, your apprentice of any age, and then the other has to be 10 years younger. Unless you are below 28 years old. And I'm willing to compromise at 30. In other words, a person who could have been younger is still in school. It is complicated. Parents' permissions, etc. Once you pass the 28 mark 30, no wiggle room. You must have, when you show up like this, I must be seeing 2 other people with you. Yeah, as a must. And the person who ensures that that happens is the leadership development pastor. The leadership development pastor at the location is the one who is going to make sure that every leader at your location who has some matter between their ears attends Harvest Institute. Listen, those who haven't done HI, you're still very, very half-baked even though you don't know it. So the pastor they will not organize trainings themselves, but they will make sure that every department is organizing their trainings and equipping. So theirs is to check on team health. It's like they're like a culture officer. Team health. How deep is your team? Yeah. So every role of leadership, and I think I'm answering a question that was asked, must have 2 other people, one of which is at least 10 years younger than you. Whether that's playing a guitar, leading a missional community, leading a zone, all zonal pastors must have 2 apprentices. Yeah. Every role, 2 people. One of your choice, hopefully they are not 88, and one at least 10 years younger than you. Are we together? That's how we make sure that the movement doesn't die with us and we start demanding to be buried in the compound. So that the Lord finds us in the church when he comes. Yeah. When your YXP pastor is 72. Yeah, the dance team, when the average age of the dance team is 65, then you know you didn't do a good job. Then they tell you to dance Maya Banana's dance. 7, administrative pastor is responsible for overseeing the general services at the location. General services include finance, admin, human resource, asset management, facilities management, security, and other such functions. So it can't be when they say, this is our admin. Admin can't differentiate a subwoofer from a mid-range speaker. Can't tell a bass guitar from an acoustic guitar. Naenga, you're your admin. So then I ask you, what's the worth of the equipment at your location? I need more time. Around, you see? And yet you don't have an asset register, you know nothing about depreciation rates. You don't know how many funds are at your location. Is that how things start disappearing and no one knows? You don't know how many microphones? A little mic like this is $1,000. This one. So you lose it, $1,000 gone. And in America, so if you add shipping and taxes, it's 5 million. No stewardship. Someone dropped it. 5 million gone. Then you put on a requisition for another one. Send back to Central. Our mic no longer. We used to have a screen. Sometimes you see a picture and you're like, is that a 55-inch screen? It looks small. They're like, oh. Then you put a poll. How many 55 plus size inch screens are at your location? Then people don't answer the poll because they know you're going to find out that even though you issued them a screen and then it's a functional, they are going to click another number. But we gave you a screen. You know? Then have you heard about thieves? Let me just sit down. I need to sit down. Have I heard of thieves? You see why some of us, our joy is intentional? Yeah. The number of messages you receive a week that can make you depressed will shock you. So you just be like, I'm happy and I'm going to remain happy. Yeah. if you want to cooperate with thieves, cooperate with them. Okay. Are you learning something? So 7. Now you see each of these have so if say your next gen movers and shakers alone is its own animal with multiple layers of leadership. In movers and shakers alone, you have group leaders. Then you have cohort leaders of the groups. Then you have someone in charge of like books, education. What are we reading this month? Someone in charge of attendance. Who came, who didn't come. Someone in charge of the rice, the pirao. Yes. I mean, if there's no one in charge, how is the pirao going to manifest? Is it the location pastor looking for the pirao? You see, all these are just one group, movers and shakers. Pirao, that's a whole team. Isn't there a pirao team? Books, isn't there a team for books and assignments? Then there is a team for savings to make sure people are saving. Economic welfare team. Then who is serving, who is dodging? Then attendance. Who is missing and is about to be jacked out of movers and shakers? All those are teams. Before you bring on the group leaders, that's one little piece of next gen called movers and shakers. Then you have Catalyst. Catalyst has to have a worship team, guest experience, hosts, media team, anakazo. All this happens on Thursday. It's like a service. Then Catalyst MCs. It's a church. Katijangu kwa XP. Another church. TCG, another church. If you don't know what TCG means, it's the Christ generation, it's the teenagers. Nani of the thingy. The next gen pastor is a network leader. How you appreciate all these are in systems that just to make the location operate normally. So a location pastor is a very high officer with a systems mindset. Meanwhile, after all of that, you have to show up and the anointing is there when you preach. Yeah. You must have read your Bible, researched the sermon, listened to messages, prayed at least 12 hours a week. And yeah, when you say sickness go, sickness goes. You see, now, so you who are here, I want you to know that you cannot become a heavyweight for your pastor. Rather, you must be the one removing the weight. By carrying your own weight. The first thing you will ever do, they say leading up in John Maxwell's book, 360-degree leadership. How to lead up, how to lead your leader. The first thing you must do for your leader is do your own job well. So they are not calling you in the whole time. Where is this? Where is that? You promised this. Because now, hopefully, you understand how big a role it is. And how, unless you take away that weight from them, you will always be a small location. Because then they have to keep managing your own crisis that you create, as opposed to building teams. Now, for the pastors, now, of course, you know, it's not what you do at the location, it's the teams you build. Yeah. You must be so clear. Your whole focus has to be your teams. You must take thinking time. You must be reading books on how to build teams and systems. You must be moving people around from areas of inefficiency to areas of, get the people into the right seats on the right bus, as Jim Collins would say. All this is leadership. Everything rises and falls on leadership. If you don't lead well, you pray, but your prayers will not yield the fruit. So, yes, systems are people plus processes. Who is in charge? What do they do? How do they do it? And what result is expected? There's a book I'm going through right now on systems called Traction. And it says, when it comes to team, every leader must have a number. Every leader must have a number that they are responsible for. If someone is in a role and they are not responsible for a number, you can't hold them accountable. Every leader must have a number. If it's a zonal pastor, the zonal pastor must assure the location pastor that based on our outreaches and retention systems, my zone, which now is 75 people, is going to be 125 people in the next 5 months, because I'm going to be adding, or in the next 3 months, because I'm going to be adding 20 people a month to the zone, based on the number of missional committees and the retention. And then the zonal pastor must deliver that number. And when that number is not delivered, then there is a conversation about the number. And what happened? Of course, don't wait for the 5 months to end. You have to coach along the way. You have to coach on the number. How far are we from the number you are working towards? Now, of course, as the location pastor, you can't do that for all the 50 team leaders in garage and all the 200 missional community shepherds. It has to be with only the immediate team. So, a leader without a number is a pretender. They are pretending to lead. They are just managing a process, but they are not leading. Leading means changing something. You see, if this church has, let's say, PGA of 100, and you come in and your role is to sweep the cathedral, and you sweep. You see, you are serving, you're doing a good job, but you are not a leader because you are not responsible for a number that needs to go up. Maybe your number is the number of times it is swept, etc. But in terms of people systems, leaders must be responsible for a number that adds specific value to the organization. So in church, because in church our business is people, you find that most numbers will have people to do with them. If it was business, the number can be profit, it can be sales, it can be, revenue, it can be a number of hits on the website. It can be any number in business, really. Even in church, it can be a number. It can be the number of people on a team. So then that's what we are managing, the number of people. You promised this number. I need that number. Of course, that leader, if they are wise, they are not trying to recruit 100 people. Rather, they're also going to their teams and saying, you team, you give me this number, you give me this number, you give me this number. That's how I'm going to have the number that I'm accountable for. And then, of course, they also go to their team. Like that, it works downwards. If you just stand up here and you think you are the church, because you have a microphone, you're deluded. The church is not the pastor. The church is the people. And every part, give me Ephesians 4. 4, around 15. I'm going to show you. But speaking the truth in love may grow up in all things into him who is the head, Christ. Verse 16. From whom the whole body, are you reading? Joined and knit together by what every joint supplies, according to the effective working by which by which what? Every part does its share, causes growth. Repeat the 5 words before the comma and the 2 words. Okay, and the 5 words after the comma. 1, 2, we go. Okay. Instead of body, put location. 1, 2, we go. Every part does its share, causes growth of the location. Growth only comes when every part does its share. Not the location pastor. Not the zonal pastor. Every part must do its share. So if you have 15 MCs, and we said this Sunday, every MC should bring a new person, you're going to get 15 new people. If you have 150 MCs, you're going to get 150 new people. What is the logic? Have more MCs. Because then when you have more MCs, you have more parts to do their share. When you have few MCs, you have fewer parts to do their share. So every part does its share. You must be able to embrace the complexity. Quietness Presbyterian, thank you for joining us this afternoon. You found we started in the morning, but feel free to sit outside as we finish our current business. Every part does its share. Every part. Isn't this what Jethro told Moses? Every part does its share. I was talking to someone who was in charge of parts at one of the leading car, not manufacturer, distributors here in Uganda. And he said that in each car, I think he was working at Lonro or something at that time, each car has 30,000 parts. A car, that thing you drive around, 30,000 parts. So when you are the parts manager, and you have all these clients that bought cars from you, and when they break down, they need to buy parts. You need to know 30,000 different parts, and which ones wear out quicker than others, so that you have them in supply to keep replenishing the what? Yeah. Now, do you know that, for example, at a church, every member is a part? Yeah, because when they are sick, you can't say, we are going on. No. You see, there is a part that needs to be healed. Yeah. So you must have a system that can help every part. Yeah. So if you have a big head and then just a body without bones and muscles and vessels and nerves, wobbly, just in there is a stomach, I don't know how that's going to work. It's not a structure. Every part does its share, causes the growth of the body. The fewer parts, I'm going to stay here until it sinks. Because I can say there are people who want me to move on. The fewer the parts, the less the work. The fewer the parts, the less the work. The few other parts are less the work. A church is a body. Isn't that what Jesus said? Do you know the systems in your body? While you're here, just here, do you know how many things are working? Your digestive system is working. Respiratory system is working. Now, do you have to first have a meeting for your digestive system to work? Huh? You see, some of you at your location, until there is a meeting, something doesn't work. If you need first bang your stomach to start digesting, start digesting, you're keeping the food in there too long. Then next week there is another emergency meeting. Skeletal system, you bones. Then another one. These muscles, that whatever. Then, you see, you're here, but things are working, and you look like nothing is going on the outside, but inside, blood is moving, electric signals are moving through your veins, oxygen, you're breathing it in, and you're bringing out carbon dioxide. The pulmonary artery is supplying oxygen to the brain. Is that the one? Well, no, to the lungs. Yeah, to the lungs. And the pulmonary vein is bringing deoxygenated blood back to the lungs. The aorta is allowing aorta kolachi. It is the one sending to the body. It's the main pipe out of the heart to the rest of the body. Of course, it is depending on the left ventricle to pump and then the right ventricle is pumping blood to the lungs. The tricuspid valves. The tricuspid valves. Yes. They are making sure that blood doesn't go back into the left ventricle when it is pumped out through the aorta. And the bicuspid valves are ensuring that blood doesn't go back into the right ventricle when it is pumped out. Yes. Meanwhile, the duodenum the duodenum the duodenum is right after the stomach, before the ileum. It's also working. You can feel it. You're not supposed to feel it. And then your pancreas is working, your liver is working, your lungs are working, your diaphragm is working. That's why you're breathing in and out. Yeah. And time would fail me to talk about the cornea, the retina, the iris, the anvil. Your metatarsals, metacarpals, phalanges, your tibia and fibula, your ulna and what? And radius. Oh yes. The molars and premolars have not been working today. They will be working in the evening. Hey. Systems. Yeah. But if at your location you only have 5 leaders, you are asking the stomach to do the work of the liver. You're telling the duodenum to start breathing in and out. Who is that one? Meanwhile, there are people who think we are forging these things. They want us to talk about the Majimaji rebellion. Mungo Park. Systems. You are there, one human being, but think about all those things, including your eyelashes. You remove them and see how dust goes into your eyes. You think they're there for show. That's why I keep burning them with your chemicals. Have you understood?
Every part.
How is your location in relation to the human body? All the eyes are being forced to listen. And the nose is being forced to walk because the systems are not well developed. Wow. Go and build systems. Commit. If you build systems, the church will grow. Stop praying for growth. Because with the systems you have, if growth came, it would even destroy your little church now. Some of you. Imagine your current systems. If 2,000 people show up on Sunday, what would happen? The toilets will stop working instantly. You will just be hearing, we've run out of water. Soap is finished. No toilet paper. Septic tank is full. But you were praying for growth. Now you understand why growth was withheld. To protect you, because your systems are weak and small. So your role, the people who came here with your pastors, is you're going back to build, talk to everyone else and tell them, stop messing around. Get in the game. You are part of the system. And systems are people plus processes. Processes meaning you don't do what you want when you want, however you want. Everything follows a certain pattern. No mood swings. First sit down, we are finishing. 4 things to tell you. Now that's a location. So you can see that the in system alone, to have, like at Worship Harvest Nadia, we are working towards, our vision is to have 700 MCs in 70 zones and 12 districts. Now, to have, because the only way, our vision is to be the size of a network. And that's to have 7,000 disciples. To have 7,000 disciples, you must have 700 MCs. 700 MCs require that you must have minimum 70 zones. A location pastor can't disciple 70 couples. So you're going to have districts. So districts, zones. So you see, the longer you take to launch MCs, the longer it takes you to get you to your number. Yeah. While you hesitate, your number is waiting to come. Because remember, every leader must have a number. No leadership without a number. What is your number? What number do you want to be accountable for? So when I say guest experience, 100. Parking, 50. That's a number. So when a leader comes and they have neglected their number, they cannot do it too many times. You have to ask, what's your problem? Because it means they are not leading well in their own system. I believe that if I was in charge of guest experience, I can build it to 200 people. If it was my role, like, where guest, I would walk. I would ask for the database. Yeah, and say, who is how old? Yeah, I would even set up recruitment parties. Every Sunday, the Brain Cafe will be serving free coffees to those who want to join this experience team. I would just be like, huh? I would make it the envy of people would leave the worship team to join the guest experience team. Yeah, because I would make it look like you are dead if you are not in guest experience. Like what else can you, like what kind of life are you living if you are not in guest experience? Do you know what we do here? How without us, people cannot come. Joy dispensers, greeters, sitters, counters, distributors, catchers, drink, whatever. Before you know it, there's a guest experience team office on the ground floor near the main entrance.
What an office.
Complete with furniture and a couch. People will come and say, I'm here to see the pastor of guest experience. I have a toothache. I was told that's where I go for it to be fixed. But you're looking for guest experience. Oh, yes. You have to inspire people. Because people want to serve. Anyway, have we understood? Zonal structure. A worship harvest zone is a collection of missional committees under the same disciplers who are zonal pastors. At Worship Harvest Ministries, the MC is the basic building block of the church, a family on mission. And zonal pastors play a critical role in discipling these heroes and heroines. Up in out. So here is the zonal structure. One, there is the zonal pastor, who is the overall leader and responsible for discipling the MC shepherds, as well as leading everyone in the zone, plus appointing other leaders. They're also responsible for the multiplication of MCs in the zone. Then you have the up shepherd. Remember that leaders are shepherds. They are already the MC shepherds. So the up shepherd is responsible for bringing the zone to garage and other up gatherings. They also oversee zonal prayer. So the up shepherd, that's their job. To bring people to garage and other events. Because it's up. We are going up. The in shepherd is responsible for the MC meetings and pastoral care in the zone. The out shepherd is responsible for evangelism and frontier activity in the zone. And then the next gen shepherd is responsible for the discipleship of children and teenagers in the zone. Now, do you know the beautiful thing about all of this? Each of these roles have 3 people. One of whom must be 10 years younger than the person. Olivia, you checked me and went to where you get it. You are back. Are we together? Are we understanding? So that means a zone has 5, like a cabinet of 5, but really there are 15. Because the up shepherd has 2 apprentices. The in shepherd has 2. And the zonal pastor may decide that their apprentices are one of these up, in, out, and next gen. I'm just helping you see it so that the zonal pastor is not like one person with this group of not knowing what to do with them. You see, it doesn't work like that. Every part must do its share. Yeah, if you're carrying too much and you're stressed, you're doing the wrong thing. If you're kicking the cat, you're doing the wrong thing. Why would you kick the cat? Why are you being cruel to your domestic animal? Because of church stress. Why are you church stressed? Because you have not put people in charge. You are carrying the whole thing. You're trying to span the whole cathedral with a piece of wood and it is sagging. You haven't built. Now, do you see that truss? What strikes you about it? It has many pieces in it. Yeah, it has what in structures we call them members. Those are members. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 30, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Does it have welding joints? 43, 44, 45, 46. 46 members, one truss. (46 times 2) 92. Plus 92, 184. Plus 46, 220. The trusses alone have 220 members. Trusses without the purlins. The purlins are those ones. Now, you see, you want to get a stick from there to there. And then you wonder why you're stressed. When it's time for prayer, you are complaining to God. You are like Moses. Take your people. And God is like, keep your people. Until Jethro came, say, now I see why you've been talking to God like that. You're sitting there from morning till evening judging the whole nation. Appoint people. Meanwhile, while you are assessing them and calling them immature, remember you when you were first appointed and how mature you were. Okay. MC, Missional Community Structure. The MC has 4 people. The MC Shepherd, the up coordinator, the in coordinator, and the out coordinator. So minimum, an MC has 4 officers. So when the MC attendance is 3, it means one of the leaders went missing. Meanwhile, each of them is supposed to have an apprentice and another one which is at least 10 years younger. Any questions? I didn't tell you what they do. I'll send you the document. Any questions? Comments, realizations, oh my God, all of that. Pastor Richard. Because I think some people instead of questions like, oh my God. Yeah, also that one.
Check. Oh, okay. Realization. Hey.
Pastor Richard.
There's a book called Church Growth. There's another book called The Mega Church. So all these things are good. But they have people for me to be able to deploy in all these systems.
Oh, yes.
So the first step is I have to grow the church.
Oh, yes.
Then I can start thinking of how to become 1,000 and more.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
And the church is grown through the people. There's a system breakdown. One person is walking across the room to deliver a microphone. Okay, let's hear from Elder Kisha, then we shall go this way, then we shall go to the back.
Apostle, can we get a booklet that has all those details?
Can we get a what?
Like a booklet for reference purposes.
Yeah, we are working on it. We keep improving it. You see, like if we didn't have today's training, the booklet would have come with a lot of things that we have added today that wouldn't be in.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. But we'll still send out like an e-copy and then keep improving it.
Thank you, Apostle. My question is about the 3 generations. So in Makere, we have as if
Same
inverse.
age group.
Same age group, yes, and also the inverse. So someone would have joined the church when they are 19. So someone else joins in when they are 23. Then the one who is 19 brings them up. So it's like...
You have to pattern it for your location. You can say, if someone is in 3rd year, their apprenticeship in 2nd year, and another in 1st year, like that. Yeah. Since your people are always moving out. Then those who are matures, like yourself, who already finished, you can have a student in 3rd year and then another one in 1st year, like that. Yes.
Thank you,
Oh,
Apostle.
make it work where you are. Don't say the rule is 10 years. Then you find an Albert Einstein level of guy, but they are 5 years younger. You're like, man, I can see you can raise the dead, but I was told it has to be 10 years. I'm sorry. Please, get your brain working. Let's first go to the back, then we come to OO. Yes, it's on.
Yes, question. There's a situation where missional communities have lots of people. Like faithful attenders, they will always be there, they obey the instruction on the group, they're extremely responsive. But when it comes to coming to garage, it's a flex.
Then they don't obey all the instructions.
But like they are not
a
bad.
missional community which does not go to garage is a very bad missional community. Get rid of it. Yeah, it's like if I call network leaders and the network leader doesn't come. Do you imagine that I can call any of my disciples and they say, I'm not coming? Yeah, so that's how you should look at it. It's about honor. It's the principle of higher reference. Any person who respects the MC shepherd but disrespects the location pastor is a rebel. Yeah. That one is a rebel. That me, you are my shepherd, I like you, what? I'll come first, but I will not go for garage. Get rid of them. What are you doing? You are the one fomenting the rebellion in your own MC. Yeah. Imagine I called for this training, then one of the pastors says, I'm not going to bring my leaders. Yeah, someone did something like that one time. Let's go.
Apostle, I remember the first day I learned about PEG.
PEG. Play, pray, eat, grow, go grow.
Yes. I was like, guys don't know what's about to hit them.
I
am going to multiply my MCs. I started as if the peg was not pegging. So I went to my shepherds. I'm like, this thing I have been trying. They said, no. Now on top of that, add pevith. I was like, that's the thing.
Peg plus pevith.
Yeah. I peved and peved. I reached somewhere, but things were not.
What is the next thing they told you to add?
So, when I see this structure and all the things I've learned, I am super excited. But the thing is, when I come to activating the things,
yes,
I meet roadblocks and I don't know how to go beyond the roadblocks, even when I try to innovate. So the strategy we normally use is the bull strategy. Just, if you don't understand the thing, just keep knocking. Something will fall at least. So, could you give us some tips on how to activate these things we are putting? Because we are one of the most educated churches.
Yes.
The things we have learned, they can change the world.
Yeah.
Except just putting them into practice.
I didn't know it is called the bull strategy. Keep hitting until something gives. And before you know it, one of your horns is gone. Okay. That's a very powerful comment. Now, here is one way to think about it. If you've had it and you have understood it, and somehow it's not working for you, but someone 2 meters away, it seems to be working for them, you need to have a conversation with that person. There might be a specific ingredient that might be missing in how you are applying yourself to it. Because the things I'm sharing with you, they are the things that have built the church from 20 people to what it is now, 30,000. So, we are not innovating something that hasn't worked. We've been building these systems from the beginning. We may not have called them these names, but to say now you are in charge of that, you are in charge of this, now let's multiply, then you are in charge. And so you have to keep going and spreading it out. So one of the things that is an advantage of being in a church like this is there is always someone else applying the same principle and it is working for them. And you need to reach out and say, tell me what you're doing here. I could be applying or misapplying something. Yeah, that's what I would say. Because I think the systems have proved themselves. That's why all these are leaders of the top locations. Yeah. Mr. Sarah.
Thank you, Apostle. My question is about children's MCs and teens MCs. Can we strategically use them to train upcoming leaders?
Yes. Why not? In Worship Harvest, we are a leadership training institution that passes for a church. So at every stage, we should be training leaders, whether children, teens, teaching them responsibility, how to be generous, how to care for others, how to lead others constantly like that. So yes, we should. The house, that's another one. But the intention, yes. That's why in Harvest Kids, the children, at least I know that Kakdi, maybe those are the stories he tells me. He's either in charge of tech or drumming. So we don't have an adult worship team there doing the worship for them. They do their own thing. They do their own projection. So that's how they learn to serve. Yeah.
Thank you, Apostle. Here.
Yes.
In the structure that you've just shared, is it okay if, like, at the zonal level, some of the up in out people that you're using are not necessarily shepherds, but someone maybe in the MC that has proven to be able to do some of that?
Yeah, I wouldn't go for that. I mean, why would I do that? Yeah, because also then I have to take care of the shepherds. So I think it's double work. At the locations, what we've done that has worked for us is the zonal pastors are also your key leaders in these departments. So you're not having a department leaders meeting, then the zonal pastors meeting. Because remember, leadership is influence. If I appoint a guest experience team leader who is not a zonal pastor, where are they going to start fishing people from? And I want 100. They've never led 100 people. But the zonal pastor, how many people in your zone? 400. Is that zone or district? How many are in your district? And your district has how many? So if I appoint someone with 400 people in our zone or 400 people in her district, and I say I want 100, I'm not killing them. Even they themselves know they have more capacity than that. But someone who leads an MC of 27 people, then you're telling them I need 100 people on guest experience. They will send you that emoji of the brain frying.
Thank you.
Let's go back there. He has been standing for some time. Pastor Steve, then we'll come to Pastor Isaac, and then we'll go to Makono Central.
Thank you, Apostle. It's a bit similar to what O asked. we've been taught, and my question is on the time. At what point, how much time do you give for someone to start using some results? Because from here, we've made lists, you've even attached names. Because as a location pastor, you're seated with your people, so before you're going to do this, right? So 1 week, 2 weeks, what happened? Where are the results?
Okay.
We were in the same meeting, so just a bit of guidance on.
One, go and read, and not just read, but internalize the book, The 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership by John Maxwell. Okay. Please, leaders. Leadership is also an anointing, by the way. It is a learned activity, but it's also an anointing, and John Maxwell has the anointing. Guys, that book, it will save you from a lot of blunders. The 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. Now, in there's the law of intuition. That's where the time thing lies. That one, no one can ever codify for you that by this time a leader should be doing this. No, it depends on how frequently you've trained them, the opportunities you've given them, the gifts they carry. Maybe they are going in the wrong direction. You might be trying to tell a fish to fly or a bird to swim, and you're saying they are lousy, but they are not wired for flying. So leadership is a very intricate, all-round art and science. And you can't, because in leadership, you're dealing with people, and people are the most complex creatures in all of God's creation. I think I've said something profound, so I feel like walking around. Leadership is about dealing with people, and people are the most complex creatures in God's creation. So you cannot make many assumptions. Yeah. You'll quickly find out that on your team, you have to lead everyone differently. Yeah. There are no blanket rules of, I said this. You wait. You said what? You think we are brought up in the same family where the things mean the same thing and everyone responds at the same rate? Yeah. It's different. You can't say that my generosity with my team this month is 27,000. I calculated, you are 10 of you, I have 277,000. 27K each person. Then you'll be like, I've been generous with you guys, but why are you mean? My friend, Pastor Isaac.
Thank you, Apostle.
Why are you, where are you?
Question, how do you balance systems with the need for flexibility, like the leading of the Holy Spirit?
What are you talking about? Clarify. Need for flexibility in what? As to whether you should have a worship team or not?
Especially if it's a spiritual direction in terms of the Holy Spirit is directing you in a certain way.
Like what?
Looking for an example to use.
Like you're flying an airplane, you are the pilot, Nairobi to London, Kenya Airways, and then the Holy Spirit directs you to go to Lisbon, Portugal. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm looking for an example. Like now, for example, yes, I have a location, and maybe I have a leader that positioned in a specific position that is helping along the system, and then we are led to begin maybe a hosting center. Mm-hmm. But when you remove this person, it's like going to break the system that you already established.
I have already told you about apprenticeship, okay? Go and read the 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership, because you find that sometimes it's not the smartest thing to send everyone to start hosting centers. And there is timing. And there are so many things. And you have a network leader. You can consult. It's also part of the system to save you from making bad decisions, that there's someone you can talk to. Yeah. Even me, I consult. Don't think I just stand there and say, I've decided this. No. Do you know how many people I talk to before I make any change in worship service? Very many. Yeah, let's go.
This is from Worship Harvest Barra team. What is the maximum number of leadership positions a person can take up?
I don't know. I don't know. Capacity. One times what? Sometimes two people with each a different role can do a worse job than one person leading both roles. Sometimes. Yeah. But that shouldn't go on for too long. At some point, as the systems develop, you have to hand over roles. But initially, you'll have people holding multiple portfolios. But then with time, you start handing over roles. Yeah. Elon Musk runs SpaceX, which is Elon, Tesla, Boring Company, which is this thing in the skies, Internet, Starlink. So it depends. You could find that if you had 5 different CEOs, they would be doing a worse job than him running all of them. But it depends. So it depends. Yeah. Next time, by the way, can I tell you something important? Next time they ask a question and the answer is not, it's tricky. What? It depends. That answer applies to every question you'll ever be asked. Try it out. You'll see. Now, if it's between you and your wife, don't use it too many times. My brother, go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Apostle, for being so practical on the system. Mine is the realization. I have realized that for the system to work, it has to be a chain link method. If I'm given a task and I don't perform it well, I'm going to affect another team. Like as you demonstrated the heart, if one vessel fails, the whole system is going to die. So that's what I've realized. Thank you very much.
All right. I want us to close. Something about something, yes. After this comment, I'm going to tell you that something or something, and then we are going to close at 4:30 because the team needs to rest a bit and do MC Live. I think you've decided to do it from here because we don't have enough time. Wow. We don't have enough time to demobilize and go and set up in the studio at Nalia. The transport will be late for the event. So this is the last comment.
Thank you so much, Apostle. Mine is also going to be a comment. Well, when you break down this whole structure thing and help us understand how systems work, really elaborated a lot of things in my mind. Because it got me thinking why some people stay and some people are more planted than others, and others feel like, I can attend this Sunday, then I don't think I'm in the mood. It's simply because they have not been given opportunities to lead. But when you break down that system, I was telling my neighbor that actually if we are to follow this system well with our PGA, I feel like every person in the church has a role to play. And by that, I don't think they will have a reason not to come to church. So this has really opened my mind. And when you say that a leader grows people, it's not about what I'm doing, but how many people have I given an opportunity. It has really helped me because I'm thinking of how to break down my MC, the zone, and the teams I'm leading, give everyone an opportunity. So thank you so much, Apostle, for this day.
And that's what makes you a happy leader. It's a win-win situation. Everyone else is growing. Everyone else is doing something. You're spending less time. You're less stressed. Yeah. But the thing of 8 oranges in the air. It doesn't work. Okay. I hope this has helped you. And that you can actually go and build systems at your location. maybe one of the things I wanted to say is you find that over time, as the system is developing, you get to a point where you start to need full-time staff members. Yeah, I mean, do you imagine yourself running a system of 100, 200 leaders, 100 team leaders, because just the garage systems plus, because many of them will fuse to be the MC Shepherd leading the soprano if they can sing. But do you see yourself leading 100 team leaders, all volunteers? It's not going to work, because some people have to work on the back end to set the others up for success. Yeah, there have to be people working back end to set up the others for success. So that's something you're going to have to start thinking about. Yeah. Do you employ based on the growth, or do you preempt the growth, assuming you have the right person and you know, if we put this person in this position, it's going to give us this kind of result. For example, one time, Makerere was doing okay, but not as well as they could do. And then Pastor Blesso gave Pastor Hope Tash that catalyst job. Huh? Is that correct? And then what happened? Can you give us a comment on your microphone? What did she do? What happened to the location?
So, Harvest Field is majorly students. So what happened is that when she took over Catalyst, the Catalyst grew from...
Those days you were in charge of the Catalyst as well?
Well...
It depends.
It depends. She took over the Catalyst and it grew from like 20, 30 people. It's currently averaging around 100 or 100 or so people. There are teams there. The location grew from around, because we're stuck around 200 as the location generally.
Attendance,
PGA. But now it's 300, 400.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of the influx of the students through the catalyst system. Yeah.
You see, so you can employ a person, a strategic hire. That's what they call them. It's not like the church had grown and now you needed to employ someone in response to the growth to carry the weight. No, rather, you predict that given this person's set of gifts and their proven leadership record, because I think up to that time she had been like one of the best leaders, volunteer leaders at the church. Given her proven track record, if she gets into this position, she can stretch us. And that's then what happened. She grew the church. Okay, I don't know. So you see, sometimes that's what needs to happen. You need to put your money where your mouth is. Now, of course, your systems have other issues. Yeah. But assuming you had a building that sits 700, finished, nice, everything, and you were stuck, you see that if one person brought in 200 people, you would be thinking, if we get another person with the same capacity and divide up the mission field and say, you are from this area to there. You are focusing on this area to there. Then you can be sure the other person will also bring in 200. I think people don't like my conversation. Some locations are thinking, you mean there can even people employed in church? Yes. And it can be in response to the growth, or it can be to preempt the growth and say, this person's capacity is this. we can, so don't go according to a feeling. I feel like this person, the way they talk, whoa. Previous performance. That's what you're following. Say, this person, and then they give you that. So one of the things that helps Nadia a bit is that there are some of those strategic staff members. Yeah, like Ruthma, like Ifo with Catalyst, movers and shakers. And you see that they are able to take their area and grow it. Or Pastor Quaker is able to take their area and expand it. Not managers, not people who are just there, we are happy the way things are. No, people who are saying, who can have a number and say, if I ever get paid a coin from this church, I'm going to bring 500 people. And if you have 5 of those, they'll bring you 2,500 people into the location. I don't know if I've opened a completely new can of worms. Are you understanding? Yeah, because you can say that if this person with just part time, their partial availability, they're able to move this marker to there, are they in a position where they can come in and the real push? Because then there'll be a strategic growth that then can cover the cost of having them on staff. It's just something for you to think about. Thank you for coming. It's 4:30. May God bless you, increase you, multiply you, expand you, take you higher, deeper, wider, give you cathedrals, lands, health, long life, and team leaders with high capacity. So, Father, we thank you for today and all that we have learned in terms of learning to lead and building systems. May this be just a starter to the conversation that should go on to the end of the year and in the coming years. And since these are the top locations in the church, may the locations here grow into their thousands and deploy leaders across different strata to lead and to help the church grow and build disciples who can go out and lead other people to you. And may we populate heaven heavily as we depopulate hell heavily. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you for coming. Bye-bye. That's the end of our training. Feel free to go. Yeah, feel free to hang around, shake someone's hand. The media team is still here. We are going to do MC Live from here.